Howdy. What's up, y'all? I just now realized that I had a weird feeling that I was just like, forgetting to do something. And that weird feeling is that I forgot to send out, like, a tweet. And everything saying that, like, I'm going live, blah, 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 all that good shit. So, give me 1 second. I was busy reading the patch notes for The Bazaar, which is a very fun game. It hasn't gotten a patch in like 3 weeks, and it was on a real shit meta for the entire holiday season. It was bad. Okay, 1 second. There we go. And here we go. So yeah, I remember Patch saying that this time was supposed to be a Nanamo arc, and I looked at a quest name coming up just to make sure that that was the case. I wasn't just being completely gaslit, but yeah, it's somehow I don't really know how this is going to pivot to being like a Nanamo arc. I mean, there's like 4 quests coming up that are all like about Nanamo, apparently. Yeah. I don't really know how we're going to pivot there. Presumably it's going to be something to do with Ralban, but whatever it is, more Nanamo is always appreciated. Actually, I just realized something. Nanamo is what Bisei is supposed to be in Stormblood, basically. But good. It's pretty much the exact same character archetype, right? Like, somebody thrust into a leadership position who really doesn't have any business being there, but who, does have, like, genuinely, good intentions. It's pretty much the same, like, arc/character archetype. Like, that's the direction that they probably should have gone with it, is more like Nanamo. It's the same sort of thing where, like, Nanamo doesn't really have, when you talk to Nanamo, it's just like, okay, you don't really do much. Raban kind of really runs the show and takes care of everything. But, you actually still like Nanamo. She's got real character personality. Yeah, I mean, there's a difference in the setup, but I'm just talking in terms of, like, the character archetype of, somebody thrust into a leadership role who really isn't a leader.
すまない、感情的になりすぎちまった。ただ、同じアラミ語で生まれた、同世代の一人として、人事とは思えなかったんだ。
Yeah, and, so back to the actual thing, though. And how fucking ridiculous it was, with everything that they did to, shit, I literally can't even remember her name. What was that character's name again? Ordola. That was ridiculous, man. But yeah, our involved here is just saying, like, yeah, I got a little bit too emotional there. You know, we're both, Alamegans, we're both, you know, from the same generation, so... I can't really just, like... I really can't act like it's none of my business.
過去に起こった出来事を垣間
And that's a good, that's a good motivation to give R involved. I actually like the character.
何か答えが出たわけではないけど、ホルドラと話したことは無駄じゃなかったと思う。少なくとも彼女自身が考えるきっかけになったはずだから。
Yeah, we didn't get any answers out of her, but I don't think just talking with Fordola was a waste of time. You know, yeah. At the very least, you know, she should, like, be able to start thinking for herself a little bit more. Or, like, this is more like, you give her some time to reflect, almost.
そうだな。だけど、俺としては、新しい疑問が生まれちまった。
Arnold using Gimon here is actually interesting. I would probably go with, like, the MTL says new question. I would go with, he goes, yeah, but, you know, for me, like, there's something else I'm worried about now. Or, like, it's more like, you know, there's something else that I'm worried about. Or wondering, really. But it's a negative impression.
過去死ってのは、そう何度も起こるわけじゃないんだ。ところが彼女の苦しみようからは、どうもかなり頻繁に他者の過去を見ているように感じられた。
Okay, this seems pretty important. Yeah, okay. This... I see. This is where they're going with this. Oh, that's fucked then. So it seems like they're going for some sort of thing where there's like, you know, this fake transcendence. You know, the Exalted just kind of can't actually, turn it off. I'm trying to think of, like, I know this is a bit of a bad habit of mine to, like, theory craft before just moving on, but I do think it's interesting. Because with the way that everything's been set up, if you had this whole thing, like, artificially installed, you wouldn't have that sort of conscious, or that sort of subconscious mental barrier that would stop you from overusing it, right? Like, if we're going with if we're doing the same thing that, like, Omega was talking about with humanity as a whole having a sort of ether-driven magical adrenaline, right? Imagine if you just installed an adrenaline pump into somebody and just constantly kept slamming the button, right? They'd lose their fucking mind. You know, you with your own body, with your own brain, like, your body knows when to produce adrenaline when you actually need it, and doesn't just kind of randomly throw it at you. But for these dudes, that might not be the case. And also, this was also a thing that I was thinking of fairly recently, right? Where, about, localization, and how easy it would have been for them to fix the naming convention of the Echo. Right? All you would have needed to do in 2.0, when they changed the kanji, was throw in one line from Minfilia, saying like, oh, you know, there are many manifestations of this power that we call transcendence, and You know, the ability to see the past through other people's eyes, you know, that we refer to as the echo. That's all you would need to do. That's all you need to do. Throw that in one Minvilia line, that's it. And here, you could even, if you established that, and you wanted to just kind of throw in a low, a sort of problem-causing, quote-unquote, change here, where he says, like, kakko mite no wa. You could just have him say here, like, the echo isn't something that you experience very often. That's it. That's all you need to do. You could even bring it back here, and they'll be like, oh, that's the name, that's what they call that whole thing where people see the past. I don't love it. I would prefer that you just didn't do it at all. But if I can understand the desire to keep things consistent, right? Like, I understand the desire to make things match up with what's already been there, to not kind of break the flow. And so if you said here, like, oh yeah, we want to use the term the echo here again as a bit of a callback, sure, why not? Doesn't really affect anything. And that's all you would need to do. It's so easy, right? Like, that's really the hard thing with trying to figure out a lot of the stuff that happens in Final Fantasy XIV for the translation, is that fixing it to both make it easier for the players to read, but also to be able to just, like, stroke your own ego as a translator would be so easy. Excuse me. Like, they get so many opportunities. You know, like, that's the weird thing to me, is that all the times that they're given the opportunities to flex as localizers, they don't take those opportunities when they're given to them. Every time there's, like, a cool phrase that would need to be localized in a cool way, or, you know, every time you kind of need to, like, switch around word ordering and stuff to maintain the flow, and, you know, like, or times where there's, like, a constructed term in the Japanese that you need to make up a term in the English to match. They don't ever do it. All they do is talk about, like, you know, salt licks and Marlboros making people throw up so they can eat more. They don't ever actually do any cool stuff. It's such a waste. But, like, notice here, it's such an easy thing. Like, you see, oh, they were referring specifically to the ability to see the past. We could just throw in the whole echo term that we made up before. Whatever. Just a little callback, just to say, like, oh yeah, that's still a thing, haha. That totally wasn't some other guy who's not even on the team anymore who came up with a stupid name. You know, just to not make you feel like a rat cut. So, like, if you were to take that like this, it's like, you know, the echo really isn't something that should happen all that often. Yeah, but considering how much, like, looking at how much pain she was in, it seems like she was, you know, being forced to see other people's memories, like, over and over again, all the time.
ふむ。漠然と超越者とは人工的な超える力保持者だと考えていたが、何か違いでもあるのだろうか?
Ah! Okay, I need to check this line. Oh my god! They fucked it up even worse. They fucked it up even worse than I could have ever imagined. Oh, I'm so glad that I checked. Oh, I am so glad that I checked. Okay, okay. So. And yeah, this line from Alfino is, yeah, I always kind of vague, like, viewed, like, the Exalted as, more or less people who, like, were artificially made transcendent, but I'm starting to think that might be wrong. There's like, maybe there's some sort of difference, but I would probably I'm starting to think there's there might be something wrong with that. Here's what they go with in the English. I wonder, could there be some fundamental difference between one who is born with the echo and one who has been artificially imbued with it? I'm sorry, what do you mean? That isn't how it works in your version. That isn't how it works in your version. You've said explicitly many times now that that's not how it works. That's a direct contradiction. How do you reckon, like, this is in the same patch? How are these in the same game? Do you see the problem here? How is it thy mistress's blessing if Alfino is saying that you're born with it? Huh? These two lines directly contradict each other. And I could see somebody saying, well, actually, the Midgardsormr must have been referring to the blessing of light then, of saying that the blessing of light didn't allow you to speak with Alpha, but they directly say that the echo is the reason that you could speak with Alpha. So how is it a blessing from Hydaelyn if you're born with it? Unless Hydaelyn, like, chooses people before they're born to give them the echo? Is that what you're going with? This is approaching the end of Koji as the director? Yeah, but even then, this still just doesn't make sense. Yeah, and I don't know if that's actually going to make things better. Right? Like, I don't know if that's gonna make things better. I hope it does, but I'm not holding my breath. But, like, I could somewhat understand you fucking up between, like, 2.0 and... Okay, was already in for the Stormblood patches? Okay, so then, did Koji do Omega, but then Kate did Stormblood? Because then, that would explain the discrepancy here. But the translation but then that would mean that Kate did that absolutely god-awful Fordola translation. And then that's just like, oof. That means we're in for the same level of shit. Oh yeah, no, the raids don't release in one go, so this actually happened before. Wait a minute. That means that this is in parallel to the first year? Wait, so then these are like literally the same patch. So somebody could have loaded up Final Fantasy XIV, and in the same day, saw these two lines back to back. The same day. They'd be like, I'll do the Omega thing. Huh, I wonder what Midgardsormr is saying about my mistress's blessing. Ah, what a fickle mistress I have indeed. But Alfino is saying that perchance I was born with the echo. This is raising more questions than answers. It's so great to have just explicit reminders that they have no idea what they're doing.
なら、ラウバーンに話を聞きに行かない？不滅隊が超越技術研究所を調査しているんだ。何か分かったことがあるかもしれない。
Yeah, how about we go talk to Raoban? Yeah, the Immortals are investigating the exalted research laboratory. Maybe they've found something out.
例の施設はここから北の方にあるから入り。
Yeah, it's to the north. That's just another one of those direction lines that are all over the place. Why don't they just start teleporting me to wherever the place is, as long as it's within reasonable distance? Like, is this necessary?
ラウバーン殿でしたら、建物内で調査を指揮しておられ。
Yeah, Raoban is inside, leading the investigation. Oh, this place is cool. Oh.
なんて数なんだ。この袋は。
Oh, shit. Yeah, there's so many of them. And these bags are all. Now those are people. Also, just a little fun one. They just translated this one to so many bodies, ... instead of somebody being shocked. Again, emotions.
なんとも不気味な場所だな。
Yeah, this place really creeps me out. Yeah, that's a lot of Lalafell compared to other things.
「ここに来るとクルルさんが受けた仕打ちを思い起こしてふつふつと怒りが湧いてくるよ。
Yeah, okay, this is also great. Like this sort of thing really humanizes Alfino a lot. Like, yeah, coming here, reminds me of what happened to of what they did to Kururu, and I can just feel like the rage bubbling up to the surface. Right, this is like, he's like clenching his fists and like he's fucking pissed. Right? Like, this is a thing that happens a lot with Alfino, which is when he's put in really like intense situations, he he actually kind of loses it emotionally. The English there was just, seeing this facility, I'm reminded of what they did to Krill, ... No, nothing about him being like, infuriated. Nothing about him like, not being able to compose himself. Nothing like that.
同盟軍からの依頼で魔導装置の解析をしています。
Oh, Garland Ironworks. Yeah, we got asked by the Alliance to, analyze this Magitech device.
さあ、ラウ。
どうした？オルドラとの面会は終わったのか？
What's Yeah, what's going on? Are you done meeting with Fordola?
ええ、相変わらずの様子だったけれど、どうも彼女が頻繁に過去死を経験しているようなの。それで超越者について新しい情報が見つかってないかって。
Yeah, she seemed the same as ever, but yeah, it seemed like she was like yeah, she's like incessantly seeing other people's pasts. Yeah, I was wondering. So we were wondering if you've made any new discoveries about the Exalted.
まだ資料やデータを集めている段階に過ぎん。よければ、貴様たちも協力してくれると助かるのだが。
Yeah, we still haven't progressed past data collection. Data and document collection. If you don't mind, or if you would be available, your assistance would be greatly appreciated. So, go click on 2 or 3... Yeah, okay. Go click on a couple of things. The classic
見
quest.
てください。この袋の数々を。これはすべて実験の犠牲者たちです。どうやら彼らは供給個体と呼ばれていたようですね。
Oh, jeez. Yeah, yeah, look at these, yeah, look at these bags. Look how many there are. Yeah, all of these were, victims of the experimentation. Seems like they were, referred to as, like, This is a weird one, because I'm trying to think of, like, it's like, what's the term here? It's like they're like, provisioned specimens. Something like that, like they're
共
cargo.
通しているのは、目立った外傷がほとんどなく、ただエーテルを奪い尽くされて、衰弱死している点。全く、正規の沙汰とは思えませんよ。
Yeah, the one thing that they have in common is that, they don't have any, there aren't any noticeable external wounds. They all died of, like, wasting. Like a complete body breakdown due to, etheric extraction. This is entirely insane. Using the term tsuijaku for, what happens to people when they're, like, when they got their ether stolen is interesting. Because it's like, like, wasting away, right? Like, I'm not quite sure if they're going with a thing of, like, people fundamentally need ether in order to survive. In, like, the sense that, everything on Heidelin is, like, an ether-based life form. Right? And you need it just like, you need oxygen or something along those lines. Or, if they're going with the whole, if the ether that is containing your, like, holding your soul together is ripped apart, then your soul just kind of leaves your fucking body. Like, there's nothing to keep that soul within that body anymore, so it just pieces the fuck out.
人のありさまをいじってまで力を得ようとしていただなんて。
Yeah, it's like, it seems like they were trying to gain power through, like, you know, tampering with the fundamental essence of humanity. Right, like your basic physical structure.
魔法を増えてとするガレアン族とは思えぬほど、エーテル学的な研究が行われていたようだ。
Yeah, it's like you wouldn't think that this was, like, Garlean, research, considering how much, you know, for a group of people that can't use magic, they're doing quite a lot of research into the ether. See, that's the thing that makes it interesting, is... like, do they mean that the Garleans don't have ether, like, comprising their soul, or do they not need ether? Or is there some sort of, like, purposeful block on them using ether? Like, that would mean that something would have had to purposefully be preventing them from utilizing ether as an energy source. There's a couple of routes that you could go with that. Like, you could either go with, you know, like, ether is basically some sort of poison almost, and they're kind of being protected from it. There's a lot of different ways that they could be going with it, and that's the shit that's interesting to me. I like the... Give me more of that world
周囲にあ
building.
る同系のポットには、すべてエーテルを吸収する機能がついていました。ところが、そのポットだけは例外なんですよ。
Yeah, all of these surrounding pods have the ability to extract ether. Yeah, all of them except for that one.
ただ、内側にはエーテル波形を調べるためのセンサーらしき装置が異様な密度で実装されていました。一体何のためなんでしょうね。
Yeah, however, yeah, in its place there was an incredibly, unusually high number of sensors and other devices seemed to be dedicated to analyzing etheric waveforms. Yeah, what was this even? What were they doing with this?
クルルが拘束されていた魔導装置がある。周囲のポッドには供給個体と記されているが、このポッドだけ基準個体というプレートが掲げられている。
Oh, okay. Okay. Ooh, okay, that's interesting, that's interesting. Yeah, the surrounding pods... Or yeah, this is, yeah, this is the magical pod. Yeah, this is the pod where, Kururu was held. Yeah, all of these surrounding pods are labeled, like distributed subject or, what's the term here? Supply, provision. It's very cold and bureaucratic. I can't think of anything right now. Yeah, they're more like, yeah, rationed individuals, provisioned specimens. But only this pod is labeled, like, reference specimen. So they're using Kururu, like they're doing a, you know, some actual hard experiments here. And this would also kind of more or less explain why Kururu wasn't, like, that messed up by this. Like, yeah, she got kidnapped, but from her perspective, she'd mostly just kind of be put under, and then next thing she knows, she's waking up. And all this pod really did was, like, take her, etheric signature as a example. Like, she's the standard. right? If they're trying to measure whether or not somebody's like etheric waveform matches transcendence, or they would need a just stable reference. Yeah, thank you for your help. Yeah, we got a request from the United Armies to Allied Armies to investigate or examine this magical device. Yeah, are you interested in what's written on that plate there too?
周囲にある同型のポットには、すべてエーテルを吸収する機能がついていました。ところが、
All the surrounding pods are the same. This one is the only exception.
側にはエーテル
Wait, she just says the same line that she says if you talk to her before examining the thing. But yeah, it's actually like a fairly reasonable. I like shit like that. I really like shit like that in your mostly sci-fi fantasy settings. It's fairly basic, but you would actually be surprised at how rarely stuff like this gets done in a lot of fantasy, where you have people. So the thing that I really like, the thing that I really like in fiction in general, but it's usually why I prefer sci-fi over fantasy, is like settings feeling like people actually live in them. Characters making decisions that they would rationally do if they were living within the world that they're living in. Right? And you see that a lot in fantasy where people kind of don't do that. You know, you'll have like these really complicated magic systems, but then nobody ever sits down and tries to figure them out in setting. Right? Or you'll have, you know, whatever the case may be, but nobody ever actually does anything with them. A great example is basically any superhero fiction, right? Like, you can count on one hand the number of times that you see, like, some superhero comic or whatever, where the person who has their superpower actually, like, sits down and tries to figure out exactly what it is that they can do. You know, it's why I like the hit web novel Worm by Wildbow so much. If you haven't read that, read it. It's fantastic. You know, all the characters in that, like, you've got a fucking superpower. Of course you're going to sit down and actually figure it out. And, you know, they go in depth into exactly how it works. What are the generalized limits on superpowers that people can have? What are the fundamental principles that they operate on? Etc., etc., etc. And that's more or less what they're actually doing here, which, even though it's just something as simple as saying, like, oh yeah, they used Kururu as a reference to try and figure out exactly what sort of etheric waveform constitutes transcendence, that's more than you usually get from fantasy. Right? A lot of people would just kind of hand-wave it to, like, they extracted her ether into a transcendence crystal, and you hold it up to somebody and it glows, depending on if they're transcendent or not. Like, no, that's dumb. I actually appreciate that they're going about this reasonably.
みな、ご苦労だった。早速だが、判明した情報を共有してくれ。
Yes, thank you for your help, everyone. Yeah, I'm sorry to, rush you, but if you could share the, any useful information you've uncovered, please. In the English here, they have Dralbon say, I know little and less of science, so any light you can shed on this facility's operations would be much appreciated. What do you mean? Why is he leading the investigation then if he's just like big dumb guy? Rabon isn't big dumb guy. All of his like, his most prominent nickname is the director of the battlefield. The whole reason he's famous is because he's highly intelligent. But I guess to the translators, they see big guy and they just assume dumb. Makes you think. Sort of people who think that like a 1 rep max bench press is
今
inversely
回の調
correlated
査
to
で判明
IQ.
した情報と、クルルさんやサンクレッドの証言を照らし合わせると、フォルドラが受けた処置について、概要が見えてきそうだ。
If we compare what we've found through the course of this investigation with the testimony from Kururu and Thancred, we should be able to get a rough idea of the treatment that Fordola underwent. What's my max rep bench?
ポッドに収めた供給個体と呼ばれた人々から魔導装置を介して強制的に魔力、すなわちエーテルを吸い上げ、一人の強化対象者に注ぎ込む。
At max it was 2 plate. I'm down from that now as I don't have a gym I can go to. All I've been doing is free weights. I don't actually know what it would be anymore. Probably not that much. Yeah, these like provision specimens are placed.
調べて模倣することで強化対象者を調整していったようだ。
Yeah, exactly. So this is cool. Yeah, in service of this, a reference individual that is Kururu, Kururu's etheric waveform was studied and imitated in order to fine-tune the reference, or to fine-tune the enhancement subject's etheric waveform.
それってクルルが持っている魔法的な力、超える力を真似しようとしたってこと。
持っている魔法的な力。Yeah, so then that means they were trying to like imitate that magical power that Kururu has, that transcendence, right? And here they go back to, in other words, they were trying to recreate Krill's echo. I don't understand what they think the echo is
意志を感じ取
anymore.
る力が強いクルルさんを模倣したがゆえに、フォルドラもまた他者の意志や記憶に敏感なのかもしれない。
Yeah. And here's the other thing, right? Like, this also makes sense. I like that they're doing this. I like that they're establishing rules and concepts here. Like, the idea of people's, like, souls having a sort of fundamental... you're basically, like, replicating somebody's brainwave patterns. You know, if you could, like, identify and then replicate someone's brainwave patterns in someone else. That's fucked. Yeah. Yeah, perhaps because they were imitating Kururu, who has such a profoundly enhanced ability to sense the intent of others, Fordola might also be incredibly sensitive to the intent and memories of others as well.
捕虜のフォルドラが会うのは見張り役の通したちくらいのもの。ドクロ連隊に肉親や仲間を殺された人も多いはずだよね。
Oh, wow. Yeah, there's... You know, Fordola is a prisoner of war. There has to be... Yeah, there have to be, you know, there's tons of, soldiers like, rotating through standing watch. You know, and among those, there's, you know, going to be a lot of them who had their relatives or friends killed by the Skull Battalion. Or Unit of Skulls. I can't remember what I went
そん
with.
な人たちの意志を感じて過去を見続けているのだとしたら、
Yeah, if she was able to, like, feel what they're feeling, like, feel their intent, their feelings, and see their past over and over again.
過去史ってのはさ、他人の人生の一部を追体験するようなものなんだ。大きな影響を受けることも少なくない。
Yeah, okay, this is also incredibly important, right? This is really establishing exactly how this works. Yeah, like seeing the past, you know, like this the echo here is you know, it's like reliving a portion of someone else's life. Like you're feeling it, you're seeing it through their eyes. You know, it has a big effect on you.
かつてイゼルは、清流の過去を見ることで、その後の生き方を一変させた。
Yeah. You know, speaking of, like, Izeru saw the past of, you know, the Holy Dragon Traselgar once and completely changed her way of life. You know, instantly.
きっとフォルドラは今、自分たちが危害を加えてきた者たちと接することで、知りたくもなかった人生を知り、罪悪感に苦しんでいるのだろ
う。Yeah, it's... Yeah, so right now, Vordola is, you know, coming into contact with, direct contact with people who she's caused, you know, immense harm, and, like, experienced, things about their lives that she never would have wanted to know. She must be, you know, you know, in a, like, just entirely suffering from overwhelming guilt.
処刑を望んだのもやっぱり。
Yeah. And so that would explain why she wanted death. You know, why she wanted the death penalty.
だが、その心の苦しみは、フォルドラ自身が向き合うべきものだろう。目下、我らが心配せねばならんことは、他にある。
Yeah, but yeah, that pain that she's feeling right now is something that she needs to face on her own. Yeah, we have more pressing matters to attend to. Well, this is more like, you know, like my subordinates take precedence. Something like that. In the English here, they just say, sounds to me like a kind of justice. Regardless, she can suffer on for now. Again, zero empathy. Brabant is actually being pretty empathetic here. This seems like he's saying, like, you know, she's gotta deal with it and come to grips with what she's done. It's sort of like hopeful, even.
超越技術研究所のデータが帝国本国に送られていた場合、大量の超越者が作られ、敵として現れる可能性があるということ。
Oh god, yeah, if the data from this, exalted research institution research laboratory were to make its way back to the Garlean homeland, yeah, the Imperial homeland, then a incredibly large number of, you know, they could potentially mass produce exalted, and we would see them as they would start showing up on the And there's a chance that they start showing up on the battlefield relatively soon.
対策を立てるためにも、超越者の調査は続行せねばならん。非常なようだが、フォルドラは貴重なサンプルだ。ますます簡単には、殺せんぞ。
Also, in the English here, they say they could give the echo to anyone, to an entire legion. They aren't saying that in the Japanese, they're using a different term, because it's a different thing. They're aware that's a different thing. So, hold up. They come up with the term resonant, which is already terrible, and then they don't even use it anymore? They just go back to echo? So now they've conflated the echo with the blessing of light, and they've conflated the echo with resonance, which they came up with out of thin air as well. They just keep jumbling them around. It's like anytime the script mentions Transcendence, they just pick one out of a hat. Like, yeah, it's... If the results of the experiments have been relayed back to Garlemald, they'll be not to stop the Empire from repeating the same trick. They could give the Echo to anyone, to an entire legion. Why are they calling it the Echo now? Why are they saying the Echo? He knows that it's a different thing. Yeah, why bother introducing resonance if you're not going to use it? And the Japanese is being very careful to indicate that they're different things. Right, you know, to indicate that, like, the reason why Fordola would probably not be able to turn off the ability to, like, see the past of others is because it's artificially installed. She doesn't have an innate ability to control it. Therefore, indicating that it's a separate thing is really important. And notice, again, like, they're using Choetsu. Raoban is using Choetsu here, which we put to Exalted. Choetsu-sha. Choetsu mono. I can't remember if it's actually pronounced Choetsu-sha or Choetsu mono. Probably sha? Maybe mono. I'm not sure. It's probably sha. Yeah, it's gotta be sha. But Raoban uses the term. Like, Raoban hasn't given any indication here that he's bad with this sort of material. In fact, he seems to be showing a pretty good understanding of it. So why did they turn him into a meathead? In the English, like, why did they put in this line of like, oh, I don't know anything about science, why don't you guys tell me? Like, from the way he's talking here, it seems like he knows what he's talking about. There's nothing to indicate here that he doesn't understand what's going on. They literally just assumed that because he is big and muscular, he must be dumb. Oh my god, I fucking hate nerds. They run into one bodybuilder with a PhD and they'll lose their fucking mind. Yeah, in order to devise countermeasures to this, we need to continue our, investigation into these, Exalted. Yeah, you know, it's a bit, cold, a bit cold-hearted, but, you know, Fordola is an incredibly important sample for us. Yeah. But simply, we can't exactly afford to just kill her. Like, what about this line indicates that Raoban isn't, like, capable of understanding these concepts? He's saying that specifically she's an important, like, subject for research. We can't kill her. Yeah, okay, we must be ready. We must learn all we can of these gods-forsaken procedures. And Fordola remains our best source of information. She'll not be getting her wish. Not yet. That's not what he fucking said at all. And he even was showing remorse. Like, he even specifically said, Hijo nayo naga. Like, he said, it might be cruel of us to, for me to say this. But she's like an important sample for what these exalted are. We can't kill her. Like, again, people are showing empathy. Yeah, you're right.
迷うな理性を描く理想があるのなら、誰よりも己がそれを信じ、真摯に人々に語りかけるのだ。対話こそが人心を変える最良の方法であり、近道はないのだから。
Yeah, don't lose your way, Rise. That, like those, like if you really have, like, values or, like a will worth, following, more than anybody else, you need to, believe in that yourself. So you can, and speak to the people from your heart. Yeah, like, Raoban is very intelligent. He's like, yeah, the best way to change people's minds, to change the way that people think, is through earnest communication. And there's no shortcuts that you can take for that.
そうだね。ありがとう、ラウバーン。
Yeah, you're right. Thank you, Raoban.
それじゃ、みんな、後の詳しい調査は不滅隊に任せて、
Also,
外に出ようか。
well, it's not necessarily like we can fix her in the Japanese. It's more just like, it's sympathy for... I mean, it's not really like sympathy for the devil, but it's more like, just basic empathy. Also, just like as another thing, like the way that people are referred to is pretty important. Like, because like honorifics and stuff in Japanese. When Disei said, そうだね, arigato, Raoban. She didn't say like, she didn't use his title, she didn't use anything else, she just referred to him by name. There's a sense of closeness there now. Like, Disei and Raoban are now like genuinely close. They're part of the same team. It's not like she's part of the Dawn, he's part of the Immortals, and they're on different sides and kind of like bargaining with each other. They're on the same team now. He's speaking to her directly. And so she just said, thank you, Raoban. She didn't say thank you, Director, thank you, General, etc. The English, of course, has her say, thank you, General, instead of using his name. Yeah, alright then, everybody, let's leave the detailed analysis to the Immortals and, yeah, get out of here.
エーテルを強制的に吸い上げられれば、おそらくかなり高い確率で対象者は命を失うだろう。 ホルドラの強化のため、一体何人が犠牲になったんだ。
Oh my god, you fucking idiots. Okay. Yeah, okay, so if ether is forcibly extracted from a living subject, おそらくかなり with the results are like the odds of it becoming fatal to these research subjects is incredibly high. Is remarkably high. Like how many people were sacrificed to give Fordola that power? The English, notice that he goes to great lengths in the Japanese to say it is almost, like, always fatal, or it is incredibly likely to be fatal. In the English, they say the forcible extraction of ether from a living subject is invariably fatal. I'm sorry, invariably? That's not what they said. They said it's almost always fatal. That's a big difference. The Japanese is leaving it open-ended to say, like, you could potentially have your ether removed and live, but it's very unlikely. You know, like, probably, like, surviving rabies tier. But it's possible. Invariably, saying something is invariably fatal means 100%. Again, remember, people always say, like, oh yeah, Koji and the translation team are so well read, they're so smart. But they don't know the difference between incredibly high likelihood and invariably.
俺たちは偶然に超える力を手に入れた。その意味を考えさせられるよ。
Oh my fucking god! Oh. Okay. He says Guzen ni. He says Guzen ni. So, what he says is, we, you know, like, we gained this transcendence by pure chance. You know, that really makes you wonder what it's all about. This one line directly contradicts everything that they've ever said about the Echo being a gift that is given to you from somebody else, like from Heidelin or something. He specifically says, Guzen ni. You cannot get more explicit than this. Guzen is just by chance. Pure chance. The English says, I've never known why I was given the Echo. And it's te ni ireta. It's not somebody gave it to you, it's just that you somehow have it. It's not somebody placed it in your hands, it's just like, oh, that's transcendence. I'm transcendent now. Or I was born with it, and then it just kind of manifested. So, again, one, a tohu, three. How are these the same game? This is 3 different lines in the same patch in the English that are all describing the echo as something completely different. And people, to this day, think that the English version and the Japanese were written side by side, that they're equally canon, that there's no differences between them. Oh, it's just localization changes. Really, it's the same story. Meanwhile, the Japanese is saying, you just have it. Transcendence is a thing that you just have. Heidelin didn't give it to you. You just are. The people who are transcendent don't know why they're transcendent. Nymphilia didn't know why she was transcendent. You, as the player character, don't know why you're transcendent. Arenvald is saying, we gained this power by complete chance. And, you know, like... And so he's saying, like, you know, we got this by chance. And so we need to, you know... This really, like... Like, you need to think about that. You need to think about exactly, like, why, what that means. Right? Like, take into account the weight of that. This is sort of like a, you know, great power comes great responsibility-ass line. Right? Because this thing that we just happen to have by total happenstance is something that other people are willing to, you know, kill hundreds and hundreds of people to make a knockoff imitation of. Right? That's gotta be pretty heavy for him. But then the English goes, I'd never known why I was given the echo. Who the fuck gave you the echo? Also, what do you mean it's always fatal?
超越者について聞きに来たのに、いつの間にかラウバーンに背中を叩かれちゃった。理想を信じて対話を重ねるか。
Yeah. And this again, like, also... Yeah, I came here, you know, looking for answers about the Exalted. The English says echo again. And I'm fairly certain that this... I don't know why I'm hesitating about this, but it's like, yeah, but, you know, before I knew it... You know, Ralbon was here, you know, Ekolsu? Ekolsu? What do you mean, what do you mean, Ekolsu? What do you mean, like, the echo? Or something? Like, do they use the word echo for anything? I've never really seen that, katakana used. Yeah, no, Xanamar knows, but it's... Like, this, I'm assuming that she's meaning, like, you know, he was encouraging her, right? Like, he's... It's borderline, like, talking down to her, kind of, but it's just more just, like, you know... Came, looking for answers, but then he just ended up getting, like a... Like a pep talk from Ralvan. You know, like I should really believe in my ideals and you know, like speak from the heart with the people. The English says, yet more evidence that I don't know what I'm doing. It's no wonder people listen to him and not me. Why is she sulking in the
ラウバーン
English?
局長は、踏んできた場数が違う。円熟した指導者と比べて、自分を卑下する必要はないよ、リセ。
Yeah, Director Talbon has a, you know, it's an entirely different set of, you know, life experience to you. Like, yeah, you can't just, yeah, there's no need to, like, put yourself down by trying to compare yourself to like a seasoned veteran leader, do you say? Again, empathy. Like, this is empathy. The English just says, General Alden is a veteran of countless campaigns, Lise. You cannot compare yourself to a commander of his experience. The emotion is gone. They just got rid of the emotion. They got rid of him saying, like, look, Lisa, you don't need to, like, put yourself down by comparing yourself to Dalban. Right? Like, of course you're not going to be the same, like, level as somebody like that who's been a nation, like the leader of a nation for however many years. You're doing okay.
"でもさ、ホルドラの処刑を求める人たちを落ち着かせて解散させたのもラウバーンだったでしょ。やっぱり頼りになると思うし、自分の未熟さを痛感するよ。
Yeah, but you know, when that crowd was calling for Bordola's execution, Raoban was the one who came and calmed them down. You know, and broke it up. You know, it makes me think, you know, just I'm relying on him too much. And it really makes me realize just how immature I am, or just how little experience I have as a leader.
そういえば、ラウバーン局長は、アラミゴの情勢が落ち着いたらどうするつもりなんだ？不滅隊の局長ではあるが、彼はアラミゴ出身だろ
う？ Yeah, speaking of which, what exactly, does, Chief Director Ralbon intend to do once, the situation in Alamigo settles down? He's the leader of the Immortals, but, you know, he was born an Alamigan, right?
確かに気になるところではあるな。ウルダ派に戻るのか、アラミゴに帰るのか、多くの亡命アラミゴ人が迫られている選択でもある。
Yeah, that's something I'm, interested in myself. You know, the choice between whether to go back to Ulda or to go back to Ulda or, Alamigo. It's something that a lot of the, the Alamegans who fled seeking asylum are going to have to make a decision about.
オレオ、ここにいたか？
Ah, you're here. Here, this is where you are.
支援物資を受け取るため、一時的にウルダ派に帰国していたのだが、
Nanamo
そ
time.
の際、ナナモ女王陛下から君への伝言を頼まれてね。
Yeah, I just returned to, Oldahad to pick up some relief provisions or some, like aid. When, Her Majesty, Queen Nanamo, gave me a message to pass on to you.
折り入って相談したいことがあるそうだ。この駅シバーソロミューに言えば、取り継いでくれる。ウルダハを訪れることがあれば、ぜひ立ち寄っていただきたい。
Yeah, she has a urgent matter that she wishes to discuss with you. Contact Bartholomew, not in Kingsguard. Yeah, if you're planning on visiting Oldahad anytime soon, please, your presence would be appreciated.
確かに
It's
伝えたぞ。
Totoro wearing a wig,
それ
yes.
では、失礼するよ。
Now then, I've delivered my message. I'll take my leave, if you'll excuse me. I've never seen them in the same place. They have
こ
the
れ
same
は
voice
良い
actor.
機会じゃないか。どんな
That's a
相談事
theory.
かはわからない
That's a
が、
game
ランバー
theory.
ン局長の去就について聞くことができるかもしれないぞ。
So what is Totoro just Roger from American Dad? Every single Lalafell is just Totoro in a different outfit? Yeah, this is perfect timing. This is a great chance. I'm not quite sure what sort of matter she wishes to discuss, but you should be able to figure out this. You should be able to ask about Director Ralbon's plans. Right?
まあまあ、確かに気にはなるけど、無理に七も様から聞き出そうとはしなくていいからね。
しなくてはいいからね。Well, yeah. I mean, I'm curious myself, but yeah, you don't have to press Nanamo on it or anything. You know, like if it comes up, it comes up. If it doesn't, don't need to force it. The English for that is, yes, we all like. This might be the perfect opportunity to inquire about the General's future plans. Yes, we'd all like to know about those, Alfinon, but not everyone's as comfortable interrogating royalty as you. Take no notice of him, character name. That's not... They're talking about Nanamo more like she's a friend. Like, they're still calling her Nanamo-sama, but it's more like, she's been through a lot. You don't need
私はこれから
to...
海洋の黄金を財源とした支
Don't bother.
援策の考案のため下準備に入ろうと思う。アレンバルド、手伝ってくれるかい？
Okay, yeah, gonna start in on drafting up, creating a first draft for, like the relief structure using the Ruinous King's Gold. Armvold, would you care to help me?
もちろん、何でも言ってくれ。
Yeah, sure, whatever you need.
それじゃ、私は仕事に戻るわ。代表者会議の準備に財宝回収の手配、やることは多いから。俺を七も様によろしくね。
Yeah, I'm going to get back to my own work, prepare for the meeting of the delegates, arrange for the treasure recovery. There's a lot of things to be done. Say hi to Her Majesty Nanamo for me.
七も様との面会は、ウルダ派のロイヤルプロムナ。
Okay, just telling us where to go talk to Nanamo. Same place as usual. Oh wait, shit, I'm on the wrong class. I should be on Honestly, I should be on, like, warrior. Right? Like, since it's right around the correct level for it, I'll actually be getting a reasonable amount of XP. And I sure as shit don't want to run roulettes on warrior. What I like this it's like PvP gear. All of my gear is PvP gear.
話は伺っております。七も女王陛下との面会ですね。
I've heard about it. You're meeting with Her Majesty Queen Nanamo.
わざわざウルダ浜で足を運ばせてしまいすまなかったな。
Yeah, thank you for yeah, coming all the way to Ulda. My apologies for the inconvenience.
アラミ語の奪還がなった今だからこそ、折り入ってそなたに相談したいことがあったのじゃ。
Yeah, now that Alamigo has like been recaptured, there's something that I'd like to consult with you about.
他でもない。ラウバーンのことでな。
Of course, I'm talking about Ralban.
今でこそサカツ州の一人として、そして不滅隊の局長として辣腕を振るっているやつじゃが、アラミ語の出であることはそなたも知っていよ。
どうしてるやつじゃが。Yeah, yeah, at present he's a member of the Scorpions, and you know, the director of the Immortals, a man of incredible wit and cunning. But you know, as you know, he's originally from Alamigo.
故に祖国アラミ語を取り戻した今、帰国を望むのが当然と思っておったのじゃが。
Yeah, so now that his, homeland has been freed, it's only natural that I thought it was only natural that he'd want to return home.
ラウバウンメはアラミ語の情勢が落ち着き次第ウルダ派に戻ると当然のように語っておる。
However, yeah, Ralban said that of course that he will absolutely return to Ulda after the situation in Alamigo is stabilized.
無論、ラウバンはわらわにとって誰よりも頼りになる重臣であり、右腕とも言える存在。いてもらわねば困るくらいじゃ。
Yeah, of course, Ralban is, to me is like the most, trustworthy, advisor that I have, and, my right-hand man. Like, that is literally like, Miyure tomo ieru sonzai. It's like, you know, always by your side. You know, enough so that, you know, if he wasn't with me, I wouldn't know what to do.
じゃが、これでも長い付き合いなのでな。わらわにだけは分かってしまうのじゃ。奴の瞳の奥にひとかけらの迷いがあることが。
Yeah, but I've known him for a very, very long time. And, you know, maybe only I could tell. This is like, I could tell. You know, maybe only I could tell. You know, that, you know, behind his, like that there was just the slightest glimmer of doubt in his eyes when he said it.
ウルダ派への残留か、アラミゴへの帰還か。どちらの道であるにせよ、ラウバーンには迷いなく、後悔なく歩む先を選んでほしい。
Yeah, whether he chooses to remain in Ul'dah or return to Alamigo, no matter what path he chooses, all I want is for Raubon to be able to choose where to go without hesitation and without any sort of regrets.
いつまでもわらわが頼りないままでは、ラウバーンも心のままに動けはしないであろう。
Yeah, if I stay as unreliable or, you know, wishy-washy, I don't really like wishy-washy, but it's, you know, if I remain as unreliable as I am right now, Raubon won't be able to make his choice from the heart.
わらわは真の意味で自立し、女王としての務めを果たさねばならん。そのためにも、この目と耳で世界を知りたいのじゃ。
Yeah, 意味で自立し、yeah, I need to become truly independent in order to be able to fulfill my duties as queen. For that purpose, I need to see this, you know, I need to see this world of ours with my own eyes, you know, and my own ears. Like it's like I need to see the world for myself.
少しばかり付き合ってはもらえぬか。
Yay! Nanamo adventure. Also, this is great. It's like, would you mind keeping me company for a short while?
ありがたい。恩に切るぞ。
Yeah, thank you. I'm in your debt.
では、少しばかり変装していくゆえ、表で待ち合わせるとしよう。
Yeah, now then. I need to, change into a bit of a disguise. So, I'll meet you out front. Yeah. Really, the voice actors do such a good job. Because it's very difficult when you have a character speaking like, you know, royalty to actually still get across, the same type of emotions. Right? Like, you know, she uses a lot of, like, regal language, but you still get the sense of humility from her.
見慣れておるかもしれんが、なかなかの変装術であろう。民の暮らしぶりを見て回るため、時折こうして変装し、商家の娘、リリラとして出歩いておるのじゃ。
Yeah, you might be, somewhat familiar with this disguise of mine. Yeah, in order to see the lives of the people for myself, I, on occasion, disguise myself as the daughter of a merchant, Liliad, and go, walking around the city.
通常であれば、パパシャンが同行するのじゃが、こんな時まで目付け役について回られては、かなわんからな。
目付け役について。Yeah, under normal circumstances, yeah, Papa Shan would accompany me, but yeah, going around with a like a chaperone, like an overseer, wouldn't help me accomplish what I need to do.
同行者としてそなたを選んだのは、様々な国のありさまを見てきた経験と見識を見込んでのこと。ぜひ公正な立場から助言を与えてもらいたい。
Yeah, yeah, the reason why I asked you to accompany me on this is, yeah, you've seen the world and the state of the nations around us. You know, you have you've you know, you have a large amount of experience in like the views of others, and so I would like you to give, like, yeah, me your honest opinion from yeah, like a entirely as impartially as you can. Like we're a neutral party here.
さて、何や
So
ら
we
前
can
置
we
きが
can
長く
if
な
she
って
asks
しまっ
us
た
any
が、
questions, we can
出
just tell her.
発しよう。最初の目的地は、ナル大門を出た先、ストーンズスロー貧民窟じゃ。
You know what? Fine, we'll count this one as one. This is it's a place name, but whatever. Yeah, now that I've gotten all of that out of the way, let's get going. Let's set out. Is that even a 12? Isn't it null? Oh wait, no, that's that's just like the royal bloodline, whatever. I don't even remember these. Yeah, our first destination is just outside of the Noru Great Gate, the Stone's Throw Slums. That's just the name of the like royal line or whatever, right? Oh, was I right? All is the royal line? Oh, so it was a 12. Null fall.
Miruがいい、この天幕の連なりを。貧しき者たちが危険と不便を承知で野営を続けているのじゃ。
見るがいい。 Yeah, look. Yeah, look upon this. This, like this row of, these rows of tents. Yeah, the unfortunate and needy, yeah, like, continue assembling camping here at their own, you know, peril, braving the elements.
分厚い城壁に囲まれた都市内は安全じゃが、
Oh yeah,
すでに
yeah,
人口は過
it's
密で
only
家
at
を手に入れるには
oh, it's
莫大な
140.
金がいる。
It's only at
零細難民やアラミ
140
5万
in
人
Stormblood
に
post
手が
patch.
届くはずもない。
Yeah, the inside of the city is safe behind its thick walls, but yeah, the city is already overcrowded. And yeah, purchasing any sort of property within is ludicrously expensive. We simply don't have the means to help refugees from the disaster, or or from Alamigo. Ah, shit. Yeah, most of that in the Japanese is just place names. Like, I would say a solid majority of it has just been place names. If you took out place names from the 12 count, we would still be in just double digits. Like, middling double digits. Yeah, it's been over 20 years since the fall of Alamigo. It's been 20 years since the fall of Alamigo. It's been 5 years since the calamity. And the state of these slums is only getting worse. Yeah, this is my responsibility. I'm just gonna say you're doing a good job. You're doing the best you
慰め
can.
てくれるのか。だが、努力に価値はなく、求められるのは結果じゃ。
You're trying to, cheer me up. But yeah, all of my hard work hasn't resulted in anything. What I actually want are results.
では、次の場所へ向かうぞ。このまま道なりに進み、
Let's move on to the next place. I mean, it's not like there's much that Nanamo could actually do, which was the other option. Of just saying, like, you don't really have much authority? Like, you don't really, you're kinda just a figurehead. Yeah, and if we're counting, like, the number of times that the 12 have been invoked in, like, an exclamation or a swear or anything like that, it would be low single digits. I think it happened, like, exactly once. No, it was, the fish dude, swore upon, like, the great catfish. That was, like, once.
ここはバラワにとって因縁の場所。幼き頃、父上と母上が亡くなった現場なのじゃ。
Oh, boss. Yeah, this is, is an incredibly, like, fateful place for me. It's where, when I was, very young, and when I was a child, it's where my mother and father died.
東ザナラーンの視察からの帰路で、ジョコボ・キャリッジが落石事故にあってな。不幸な事故か暗殺か、今となっては、真相などわからない。
Nanamo and Totoro are the same age. I don't know how old either of them are supposed to be. Yeah, on their way back from a, visit, from an inspection to Eastern Thanalan, their chocobo carriage was caught up in a landslide, in a rock fall. And I still don't... even to this day, I still don't know what happened. Whether it was just an unfortunate accident or an assassination. Also, just to again, who talks like this, basic empathy, these two lines from Nanamo in the English are, "It was here, in this wholly unremarkable place, that my mother and father met their doom. I was but a child at the time. My parents were returning from an inspection of our interests in Eastern Thanalan, when an untimely rock slide crushed their carriage. To this day, it is not certain if the incident was simple misfortune, or an expertly planned assassination." Who talks about that in regards to their own parents dying? Who talks like that? Who adds that, like, sort of fluff when they're talking about their parents' death? In the Japanese, she is intentionally not doing that. The only thing that she said was that this is a fateful place to her. That this is like, this is a place that's very important. Because it's where her mother and father died. And she also just says, she doesn't say, like they were crushed, their carriage was crushed by an untimely rock slide. She says their carriage was caught up in a rock slide. An accident was caught in a rock slide. Whether this was just a horrible accident or an assassination, I still don't know. I still don't know the truth. The only descriptor that she uses is Foucault, which is just like a terrible accident. It's an emotional term.
いつだったか、ラウバーンが、わらわの気持ちをおもんぱかって、真相究明のため再調査をすべきと、進言してくれたこともあった。だが、わらわは断ったのじゃ。
べきと進言して。Yeah, once. Yeah, Ralban, out of careful consideration for, out of deep consideration for my feelings, suggested that we, ought to reopen the investigation to gain to find the truth. Yeah, but I refused. And notice that she's saying, like, she's really praising Ralban here. Like, she uses a term here to mean, like, Ralban really cared about me and really, genuinely believed that this would be good for me. The English says, Raoban once offered to reopen the investigation and bring me the truth he assumed I must surely crave, but I refused. What do you fucking mean? Also, he didn't say that. He said, Nanamo, you really should. Like, he gave his advice. He said, you know, Lady Nanamo, I believe it would be in your best interests to, you know, have this matter reinvestigated. You know, to set aside your, you know, to do away with those, you know, that anxiety, that fear that you have. You know, I think it would be good to have some closure. Right? In the Japanese, she's saying that he was doing this out of, like, an overabundance of empathy and consideration towards her. Like, there's a lot of warmth in this.
仮に共和派による暗殺であることを証明できたとて、捕まえられるのはせいぜい末端の実行犯がいいところ。
Yeah, even if we could prove that that this was an assassination carried out by the Republicans, the only people we would be able to arrest would be, you know, the perpetrators themselves, not anyone who orchestrated it.
「事故当時、5歳の幼子に過ぎなかったわらわを女王に据えて影から操ろうとした黒幕を一掃することなどできまい。」
浄土無事。ああ。で、影からスローです。なんかこう。そんなのできない。Yeah, there's no way to truly oust whoever this perpetrator acting from the shadows was, who conspired to put me, a 5-year-old child, on the throne. Like, she really hits on that here. She yeah, Osanago. Osai no Osanago. Like that's actually like a fairly emotional thing here. She's like, I was put on the queen when I was 5 years old. Or I was put on the throne when I was 5. The true villains, those who plotted to put me on the throne as a biddable puppet, were ever beyond our reach. Again, way to not understand emotion. She's saying I was put in this position of being the queen when I was 5. Yeah, she's at least 21. Like, that's a pretty sad line. That's like, you know, I didn't have a childhood. I didn't get to grow up with loving parents. I was the queen since I was 5.
ならば、共和派を名乗る豪商の手ではなく、民の手にこそ国を委ねようと考えたのじゃが、かの騒動では、そなたや暁にも多大な迷惑をかけてしまった。
Yeah, so then I thought that I would, you know, leave the country in the hands of the people, not in the, you know, in the hands of, like, yeah, wealthy merchants calling themselves Republicans. But, yeah, the you know, that upheaval caused you and the Dawn a great deal of trouble.
だが、今のあらわは意味もわからぬまま、戴冠式で先生の言葉を述べた幼子ではない。傀儡の女王でなどいられるものか。
Wow, okay. Kairai. They really felt the need to make sure that you knew that was Kairai. Yeah, and again, this is, oh man, this is very sad. 意味もわからぬまま、意識間で先生の言葉の述べたではない。Yeah. I know that it's because there's two of them, but they've had a lot of more difficult kanji thrown in there without clarification. Oh, no, I see it. Kugutsu, apparently, if you pronounce it a different way, can, mean prostitute. So that's why they go, no, we mean puppet. But, like, this line here is, like, paints a really sad picture. Like, so this is, like, but now I'm not some, like, little girl swearing an oath at a coronation ceremony. Like, you know, swearing an oath I don't understand at a coronation ceremony. You know, like repeating the words of an oath that I don't know the meaning of. Right? Like, that combined with the previous line of like, a little girl, I was 5. You get the image of her, like, she's 5 years old, her parents are dead, and they shove her up in a coronation ceremony, give her a script, and she's just reading through it, not even knowing what she's saying. Like, you can see that scene from this description, and it's really sad. The English for that is, I am no longer a child reciting words with witless obedience, and I will not be used as a pawn in the monetarist's damnable games. What she actually said is, yeah, I won't be, you know, a puppet queen anymore. I won't be a figurehead anymore. Right? Like, these lines back to back is, you can imagine her just, like, holding a piece of paper, like, under the podium, just, you know, barely understanding what she's actually saying, as she's stumbling through some, you know, long-ass coronation ceremony, and then getting shuffled out to be a puppet, not even having, like, time to actually comprehend or grieve that her parents are dead. Like, you get a lot of resentment, sadness, and, like, rage from these lines in the Japanese. And yeah, they don't understand emotions. The English script does not understand emotions. Yeah, notice. Like, yeah, she, like, was freaking out and that she has to, like, take a deep breath afterwards. And yeah, this is also, And she says, somehow, you know, when I'm with you, I just, you know, I'd end up, saying how I really feel. You know, my true thoughts just kind of end up coming out. English for that is, forgive me my outburst. You are one of the few people to whom I feel I can speak my mind. That's not what she said. She said specifically, like, this just kind of ends up happening. She said, I feel comfortable with you, and so I end up just kind of, you know, like, basically trauma dumping on you. It's involuntary.
さて、ひとまず、ウルダハへと戻るとしよう。コロセウムに立ち寄りたい。あの場所もまた、バラワにとっては重要な場所なのじゃ。
Yeah, let's head back to, Oldaha, shall we? I'd like to stop by the Colosseum. That place is also very important to me. It's sort of an apology based on how it was worded, but it was more like pleasant, you know, like she's saying, I feel comfortable around you, so I just kind of end up and saying honne o dasu is pretty important because it's like, you know, that's honne tatemae, whole thing, you know, front facing, inward facing, saying that, you know, your true feelings slip out is like, she's incredibly comfortable with you then. Like, she's basically treating you like family. Yeah, it's like I end up, you know, being my real self around you. The fact that it's involuntary is pretty important. Because it's not like she's doing a calculated decision of confiding in you. It's more just like she feels safe. So it just ends up happening. And also, she said, like, you know, the Colosseum is a very important place to me. The English just removes that line for no reason. It just says, let's return to Ul'dah and visit the Colosseum. It really is like it's written by a robot. You know, if it was done by AI, that would be more understandable as to why they don't understand human emotions.
女王になってからというもの、わらわは、ただ意味もわからず、書類に署名し、言われるがまま式典に出席する日々を送っておった。
出席する日々を送っておった。Yeah. Ever since I, became queen, I was, made to, like, sign documents that I didn't understand that I didn't understand, you know, and do as I was told, and appear in ceremonies over and over, day in, day out. Like, she keeps hitting on this, where she's saying over and over again, like, I did not understand what was even going on. English for this is, of course, from the moment I became Sultana, I found myself thrust into an endless parade of document signing and ceremonies. It's not that it was an endless parade, it's that she was a child who didn't understand what was going on. That's the important part. It's not like, oh, there was a lot of work to do. No, it was that she just got told, here, sign this. Here, you're gonna be here for this ceremony at this day. Here's what you're gonna say. And she had no idea what the fuck was going on.
そんな女王としての生活が数年過ぎた頃、公式行事の一つとして、観戦に来たコロセウムで、ラウバーンと出会ったのじゃ。
After, several years of this, like, like living like that as a queen passed. I met Galban at the Colosseum when I came to, visit for an official function. Yeah, and so they moved all of that to the next line, which was, for years, I simply signed where I was told to sign and sat where I was told to sit, blissfully oblivious to what any of it meant. Yet one good thing did come from that oh my god, ignominious? Really? You're really gonna throw down, you're gonna say ignominious? Are you fucking kidding me? Ignominious? That isn't what that word means. Ignominious doesn't mean that. That's not shameful. Why would she describe it as ignominious? That isn't what that word means. You fucking morons. One good thing did come from that ignominious chapter in my life. It was during an official visit to the Colosseum. Why is official in quotes that I first met Raoban? Why is official visit in quotes in the Colosseum? In the Japanese, she just said that it's what? And she wasn't blissfully oblivious. She was describing this as like a overwhelming and like, you know, traumatic experience where she was living as a puppet and just kind of going through the motions, not knowing what's going on, and most likely being scared and confused the whole time. It's not blissfully oblivious. It's a scared and confused little girl. Do you not have the ability to empathize on the most basic level? Like, imagine yourself as a little kid with dead parents, and then you get told, oh, you're queen now. Don't worry, here, just do what we tell you. Sign this, go here, we're doing this thing. You're the queen, you're the queen, you're the queen. And then nobody is helping her. Nobody's actually telling her what any of this means. She's just being funneled around places. Like, do you think that she would be blissfully oblivious? Describe that as, like, blissfully oblivious or scary? Yeah, I came to attend on an official... Yeah, there's an official state function.
これがまた、笑いたくなるほど、ひどい試合でな。ラウバーン一人に対して、相手の剣闘士は10人以上。明らかに不公平な状況じゃ。
Yeah, this is like a... Yeah, what I saw was such a... Yeah, like was a... 笑いたくなるほどひどい試合でな。It's like, you know, a laughably, or like, you know, an almost comically cruel match. You know, it's like, it's something that's so utterly ridiculous, so beyond, like, just beyond the pale, right? Yeah, there was it was 10... Yeah, Raoban on his own against more than 10 other gladiators on the other side. You know, he was overwhelmingly, obviously stacked against him.
妙に腹が立ったわらわは、気まぐれで口を出した。正々堂々、1対1の戦いが見たいと。
Yeah. Yeah, I found myself... Yeah, strangely... furious. And... Yeah, ended up speaking out... Yeah, just ended up speaking out on a whim. That I wanted to see things done fair and square, one-on-one. I'm sorry, what the fuck is this line? They had pitted the bull of Alamigo against some dozen or other rival gladiators. The match I had been invited to attend was not at all what I expected. That comes first before that. Blinkered though I was... Like, you mean like horse blinder? Are you fucking stupid? That's not... What? Are you fucking stupid? I would not stand for so obvious an injustice, and demanded to see a fair fight, one man against another, and my royal wish was duly granted. Blinkered, yeah, I actually know that term. It's in reference to, like, a horse wearing blinders, right? You know, you got the little blinders on the sides to make them look forward, not get distracted by shit that's on their left or right, so they don't get spooked. That's not at all what Nanamo was. That's not even remotely close to accurately describing her situation. Do you know this because of Uma Musume? No, I knew this because I grew up in the country. We actually, before we moved into the city, we actually had a couple of horses. Or rather, my mother had a couple of horses. But, you know, I've never seen a horse in person. Horses are like very large, slightly dumber cats. They're very particular. If a horse is like, you know, a very nice horse, they're great. Wonderful lads. If they're an asshole, they're real assholes. Of the two horses, one of them was ridiculously nice, and the other one was kind of just a douchebag. Like, but this actual line isn't like, oh, blinkered though I was, I demanded a fair fight. She says, like, this is like, I don't know what came over me. Normally I wouldn't do something like this, but, you know, I just ended up calling out for it, for a fair fight, right? Like, she's saying this isn't something I normally ever did. I didn't normally react like this. I didn't get mad, and I just found myself calling out that I wanted a fair fight. Like, this just happened. She just snapped.
後に知ったことじゃが、当時、ラウバーンは、掛け金をめぐる陰謀に巻き込まれておったらしい。闇賭博の胴元が、奴の命を狙って手を回していたのじゃ。
Yeah, it was only later that I learned that Raoban had been, caught up in a gambling scheme. And the, bookie at the time had arranged for him to be killed.
わらわの一言で窮地を救われた、ラウバーンは、その大会で優勝。賞金授与式で対面した折、こう誓ってみせたのじゃ。いつかあなたの剣になってみせるとな。
いや、我らの一言葉で窮地を。Yeah, Raoban who was, like, this is like, I saved Raoban with just like, you know, a single word, right? Like, just just a few words. Like, I saved Raoban's life with just a few simple words, and he won. Yeah, and at the award ceremony, when he came to receive his earnings, he swore to me. He swore to me like so. That he said, one day, I will become your blade. Regardless, my intervention meant that Raban had but a single opponent to dispatch, which he duly did, and when he knelt before me to receive the winner's purse, he swore that he would one day offer me his blade in service. That's not what he said, that's not what she said. The Japanese here is saying, like, she is realizing here just how much power she actually has. That she saved someone's life on a complete whim. That just by haphazardly ending up saying, like, being annoyed at what was going on and saying, I want a fair fight. This will not do, I demand a fair fight. You know, just saying that before even realizing that she was intending on saying it, she then goes down and she sees the person in front of her whose life she just saved as the queen. And realizes, oh, that thing that I just did by accident saved someone's life. And also this, you know, I will become your blade. This isn't like I will lend you my blade in service. This is like, I will fight for you. Right? Like, I will become your strength. It's not just like, I will help you out a bit. It's like, you know, as you saved me, I will save you. Sort of situation, right?
無論、本気にはしなかったよ。
Yeah, of course. I didn't take him seriously. Yeah, I didn't believe him. And notice how simple this is. 無論、本気にはしなかったよ. Like, of course, I didn't believe him. The English, surrounded as I was by liars and manipulators, I confess I dismissed it as a pleasant piece of theater. Who talks like this? Nobody talks like this. Royalty doesn't talk like this. Nobody talks like this. Actually, no, Koji Fox and, similar morons might talk like this.
しかし、ラウバーンは本気だったのじゃ。以降、5年もの時をかけ、前人未到の地活を成し遂げ、その莫大な賞金を持って、砂サソリ州の財と上り詰めていったのじゃ。
Yeah, but Raban was serious. Yeah, it took him 5 years. Yeah, to achieve 1,000 wins, something no one else had ever accomplished. And with that massive horde of winnings, he managed to gain a position as a scorpion. Oh shit! Nanamo flashback. Yes. So, in the English, they translate it to syndicate, but the Japanese refers to the people who run Ul'dah. Thick. Yo! God, Raban is awesome. Yeah, the English refers to it as the syndicate. You know, the autocracy in Ul'dah. The Japanese refers to that. Look at her go! Her Majesty, it's far too dangerous. You must return. Yay! Amazing! Yes!
でかした
I did it as promised. Yeah, as you have. Now it's my turn. I didn't think this would be auto V.
優勝賞金を持って
Yeah, with this, you know, your winnings.
そなたも坂津衆の仲間入りじゃな
You know, yeah, with this massive, like, yeah, this massive wealth that you've gained. You're one of the scorpions already, aren't you? Yeah, and this is. Yeah, this is like he said. Yeah, my lady, I offer you my power and wisdom. Yeah, this is. Oh, that's a very nice Raoban line. Yeah, I offer unto you my like all that I have, my strength, my wisdom. Like, yeah, Raoban is supposed to be smart. He's intelligent. But yeah, the Japanese term for the autocrats that run Ul'dah is the sand scorpions, which in English you would probably just localize to scorpions. You could keep it as sand scorpions, or you could just go with scorpions. It's a sick ass name.
すまぬな、どうしても長話になってしまう。それだけ奴は、ラウバーンは、わらわにとって大切な存在だったのじゃ。
Yeah. Yeah, sorry for, yeah, you know, how this being such a long story, but, you know, that's how much how much Raoban means to me.
わらわを案じてくれるものならば、それまでも幾人かはいた。特にパパシャンは今でも孫のように世話を焼いてくれておる。
Yeah, it's just like Syndicate is such a lame name for that though. It's so cliche. You know, there've been yeah, Anjiru here is nice. It's like, you know, there've been several people who have like, you know, cared for me, or it's more like, you know, worried over me. You know, especially Papa-shan. You know, who treats me like his own grandchild, like his own granddaughter.
だが、ことせいとなると、この歴史や事情に過ぎぬ彼らに口を挟むことはできない。
お祭りごとのこととなると、yeah, however, as far as the government itself is concerned, he's, yeah, simply a knight of the Imperial Guard, and, yeah, Chamberlain. Ichi o hasamu. Okay, yeah. Yeah, the goblins from the Alexander quest being changed to the Illuminati instead of the Blue Hand, which doesn't even make sense. I don't even know, why would you go with Illuminati? And what doesn't even make sense. But yeah, like, Papa-shan is just a, you know, a knight. He can't interfere in matters of, in official government matters.
砂さそり衆としての発言権を得たラウバーンは 女王としてのわらわが手にした初めての剣だったのじゃ。操り、人形に過ぎぬ我が身から糸を断ち切るためのな。
Yeah, Dalban, who, yeah, gained the right to speak in government as a member of the Scorpions. Yeah, was the first, like, yeah, the first sword that I ever obtained. You know, to cut the threads holding me as a, as a puppet queen. To cut my, for me, who's little more than a puppet, to finally be able to cut my own, to cut the strings holding me. Well, it's the thing with Nanamo and Raoban is it's a father-daughter relationship. It's a parental love that's actually properly conveyed in the Japanese. Like, the way that Raoban talks about and to Nanamo is like a father. And that's also why they went through... That's also why they went to so much... That's also why they went to so much effort to show in the Japanese that it's why they had her say over and over and over again, I was only 5 when I was brought up to the throne, etc., etc. My parents died. Like, they're setting it up of like, yeah, Raoban, I saved Raoban's life, he saved my life, and it's why they had that whole cutscene where she, like, when he accomplishes his goal, she runs up and goes and gives him a hug. Yeah, now then, let's change locations again. Yeah, by now the palace must have noticed that must have noticed my absence. There's one more place I would like to visit before the Imperial Guards find me.
目的地はアルダネス聖騎堂。さあ、参ろうぞ。
Huh? See? Our destination is the Alderdanos, like, tabernacle? I guess, it's like I don't really... Alderdanos? Is this a... The fuck is Alderdanos? I don't remember this. And it's a good little setup for why they actually, like, care about each other so much, because, you establish, Raoban's life being Aldenard. I believe this is Aldeness. I'm not entirely sure what this bit is. I don't remember this. But, you establish Raoban's life being saved by a little girl just on a total whim. Like, it's very descriptive. Like, you can see the scene even without them showing it to you, where, like, she goes down to hand him the prize, and she's just kind of like, you can imagine her just kind of having, like, this kind of shocked look on her face of being like, oh, this is somebody whose life I saved as queen. Ossuary? I guess?
5年前の第7零祭の折、ラウバーン率いるエオルゼア同盟軍がカルテノー平原で戦っていた時、ワラワはここにいた。
Yeah, 5 years ago, at the time of the 7th Calamity, when the Eorzean alliance, led by Raoban, were fighting in the Battle of Carteno, I was here.
賢者、ルイゾワが行った神下ろしの力とすべく、ザル神に祈りを捧げていたのじゃ。
Hey, look, an actual 12 usage. I was praying to fall for the success of the invocation, like for the great sage Ruizo's divination to be a success. Offering
その
up a
日
prayer.
以来、王宮を抜け出すたびに、聖気堂を訪れては、ウルダ派の守護神に加護を願いつつ、自問自答をしておる。ワラワは女王としての務めを果たせているのかと。
And okay, so this they use the term here, Sugoshin. Like, this is the guardian deity, or the patron deity of Ul'dah. And this is a very common thing, right? This is really the crux of why the whole thing of worshipping the 12 as a whole is ridiculous in the setting, is because the Japanese script is treating these as, like, local folk religion, local deities. They're, like, when brought all together, you've got the 12 in Eorzea, but, like, the people in Ul'dah, will, like, occasionally go to the Temple of Thal in the same way that, like, Japanese people would occasionally go to a temple to, like, get a little charm for a test coming up or something like that. Ha! I checked it. I prayed with all my heart that Archon Luizo would have the power to rouse the 12. No. She said I asked Thal specifically. Singular. It's weird, even when the Japanese uses their own, like, uses Koji's bullshit 12, he's just like, it's not good enough. I don't like it. No, I don't want you to use it. They're mine. Since that day, whenever I leave the palace to visit this, like the tabernacle, the church, I ask for the protection of the guardian, like, of the guardian deity of Ul'dah, and ask myself this question. Yeah, am I doing what needs to be done as the Queen of Ul'dah? And, yeah, notice that the way that she describes this is, like, she says, oh yeah, I come here and I pray for the blessing of the guardian deity of Ul'dah, at the same time asking myself. It's like, she's talking about just doing like a meditation sort of thing, right?
では、王とは何か。そなたが数々の戦いの先頭に立ってきたように、危機にあって人々を導く度量こそ王の器であろう。
But, what even is a queen? Yeah, this is like you having, thrown yourself into the face of danger over and over again to, lead the people in times of crisis. Yeah, you more than, like, yeah, that's, someone as generous or magnanimous as you is far more qualified to be a queen.
なればこそ、ウルダ派が直面する危機から目を背けてはいられまいな。
It's like, the thing she was like describing the qualifications that make a good queen are the sort of things that we have. Yeah, I can't just, ignore what's going on in Ul'dah, the danger, the crisis that it faces.
決めたぞ、オレオ、アラミゴ奪還がなった今だからこそ、バラワは女王として難民問題に正面から取り組むこととする。
Yeah, I've made up my mind. Now that Alamigo has been recaptured, as Queen of Ul'dah, I will take on this refugee crisis head on, personally.
すでに一部のアラミゴ難民は故郷への帰還のため動き出していると聞く。
Yeah, I've heard that some of the Alamigan refugees have already begun the long... Or yeah, I've already begun to move on to, to return to their hometowns.
バラワとしても彼らアラミゴの民のため職人養成塾の開設に向けて個人として動いてはおる。だが、その成果が出るには時間が必要じゃ。
Oh. Okay. Yeah, I too, for the sake of the people of Alamigo, I've begun work towards the establishment of a, what's the name for this in English? It's like a trade school, effectively, but it's a, like the sort of, like a center for, like, the Alamigan refugees to learn some form of, livelihood. Right? It's not necessarily anything specific. There's a term for this in English. Like, vocational school? Like, there's a term for, like, something, like, specifically for displaced people to learn a like, skill, a trade. There's a term for this. I don't know. No, it's not a sweatshop. It's, like you're a refugee, you don't have anything, and so it's a place you can go to, like, learn various trades. Like, if you want to, develop your skills as a carpenter or a, mechanic, whatever it is that you would like to do, you have the facilities and the ability to train under people and to learn a livelihood. It's a school, not like a factory. It's like a, like a development center. Yeah, but it'll take time for that to to show results.
故郷へ帰ろうとする難民にとって住む場所も糧を得るための職も今すぐにいるもの。これを公費を投じて用意してやるのじゃ。
Yeah, vocational training center. Yeah. Yeah, for the refugees who would like to return to their homes, we'll provide them with, yeah, a place to live, you know, employment to yeah, earn their daily, you know, bread, their food. You know, all at the, you know, all paid for by, public funds, of course.
しかし、どこから手をつければよいのかとなると、バラーには、見当もつかぬ、どうしたものか。
Yeah, but, however, you know, where to start and exactly how that should be undertaken is, you know, something I'm entirely unsure of where to begin with. Yeah. We should not talk to the scorpions. We should, instead... Yeah, we should talk to the people who actually know about, like, hiring refugees.
なるほど、一理あるな。確か砂サソリ州に名を連ねる豪商、ゴッドベルトは、経営する遊戯場で多数のアラミゴ難民を雇用していたはずじゃ。
Wait a minute. Is this... Oh, this is the gold saucer, isn't it? Yeah, I see. That's, you know, very reasonable. Yeah, there is a member of the, like, this is like, you know, someone who's a member of the Scorpions in name alone. Really, like, he's on the list. Goldoberto. It has, yeah, employs a large number of Alamigu refugees at the, yeah, is, like, this is, like, the, you know, like, the amusement center.
ところで、そなたは、ゴッドベルトは知っておるか？
Yeah, by the way, do you know Godberto? Godbert? Oh god, no, I forgot that I'd done part of it.
ほう、知り合いであったか。ならば、話は、早い、連絡を入れ、ゴールドソーサーに赴くとしよう。確か、ウルダハランディングから定期船が出ていたはずじゃな。
Oh, you know him. That makes things, far simpler. I'll get in contact with him and we'll head for the gold saucer. Yeah. There's a ship. I'm sorry, we're actually doing Manderville is in the main story? I didn't think that Manderville was actually in the main story. I thought he was, like, non-canon. I only vaguely remember how to get to this, It's like, the landing place is, it's like up through here, right? Dondingu. Yeah, there it is. Hildebrand is the side one. Oh yeah, Godbird is a different guy. Godbird Manderville is at least somewhat not as completely ridiculous. he's more ridiculous? I don't remember this shit at all.
いやはや楽しかった。やはり、遊戯場、ゴールドソーサーはいいですな。
That was so much fun. Yeah, you know, the gold saucer's the best. See, the thing is that I tried to do the Manderville quest and I did not have a good
公
time.
用で飛空艇に乗ることはあっても、遊戯場、ゴールドソーサーに行くのは初めてじゃ。さあさあ、参ろうぞ。
I've ridden one of these, public... I've ridden one of these, airships on, official business before, but this is my first time visiting the Gold Saucer. Yeah, come on, let's go.
ここが夢にまで見たゴールドソーサー。なんと、きらびやかで楽しげな場所なのじゃ。
夢にまで見た。Yeah, this is like, yeah, the gold saucer. I only ever, dreamed to come in here. It's, yeah, it's like such a, fabulous, yeah, joyous place, yeah. It's always like bright.
いや、遊んでいきたいなどとは思っておらぬぞ。
Yeah, no, it's, we didn't come here to mess around. Oh, I've been attuned to the gold saucer aetherite for a very long time.
ラウンジマンダビルにて待ち合わせる手はずになっているゆえ、さあ、行くぞ。
Okay, yeah, I already contacted Govbilt. We're going to meet at, Manderville Lounge in Wonder Square. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, and this whole bit that we're doing is like, part of it is Nanamo never really got to have a childhood. God, fucking this guy.
Yeah, 待ち合わせのラウンジはここで良いはずじゃ。しばし、ゴッドベルトの到着を待つとしよう。
Yeah, this should be the lounge where we're supposed to be meeting Godbert. Let's wait for him to arrive.
いやはや、お待たせしてしまい、申し訳ございません。
My apologies for keeping you waiting.
とんでもない。急に呼び立てたのは、こちらの方じゃ。今日は、そなたに相談したいことがあってな。
Yeah. So, here's another fun one. Thing, tondemonai here is like, how ridiculous. But, this is a thing that you do when you're being polite. It's something that actually feels weird to a lot of English speakers immediately, where you feel off saying something like, oh, don't be ridiculous. But this sort of like, seemingly extreme negation is a sign of politeness. So this is, it's like, oh no, absolutely not. Yeah, no, you haven't caused any trouble whatsoever. I mean, after all, I contacted you, with no notice whatsoever. I have something I'd like to consult with you about.
女王陛下に加え、オレオ殿もご一緒とあっては、駆けつけぬわけにも参りますまい。
Yeah. If Her Majesty herself and, the Warrior of Light are, both request my attendance, I've no choice but to come running at once. It's like, there's nothing else that could possibly be more important.
話というのは他でもない。ザナラーンに身を寄せるアラミゴ難民のことじゃ。
What I'm here to discuss with you today is, like, as you might know, or as you might have guessed, the situation of the Alamican refugees in Ul'dah, or in Zanalan.
祖国が解放されたことで、彼らの間に帰国の動きが見られることは、そなたも知っておろう。しかし、住居と雇用がなければ、その先には苦しみしかない。
Yeah, as I'm sure you're well aware, there's a movement among them. Yeah, now that their homeland has been liberated, there's a growing sentiment among them to wish to return to their home country. However, without housing or employment prospects, all that awaits them is more suffering.
わらわは公費を投じることで彼らを救いたい。そのための方策について、そなたの意見を聞きたいのじゃ。
Yeah, I'd like to, make use of public funds in order to save them from that fate. And I'd like your opinion on how to best go about achieving that. I'd like your opinion on policy as to how to best go about achieving that.
冒険者伝を同行させておられるのは、中心ではない第三者の意見を求めておられるがゆえ、そう見込んで率直に申し上げます。
Damn! Wait, this dude's sick. This is a level of probing Keigo that you don't normally get to see. This dude's fucking sharp. Considering that you've brought with you this adventurer instead of one of your loyal retainers, I've gathered that you are. I would trust that I would not be misguided I would not be mistaken in my impression that you're looking for a third party's advice, like a third party's earnest, unfiltered advice. Am I correct? Your Majesty? Like, he goes through so many layers to say, like, you're actually asking for real, huh? And then, as such, I will offer you my, as such, we will be entirely frank, if you will allow.
よろしくない。公費を投じてアラミ5難民を救うなど、もってのほかですぞ。
よろしくない。I do not believe that this plan will succeed. The use of public funds to attempt to save Alamican refugees will simply not work. It's entirely unreasonable.
なんじゃと？反対するというのか。
Wait, you're opposed to it?
反対も反対、大反対ですぞ。 難民の帰国には
反対も
雇用が必要という考
反対
え方は
大反対ですぞ。
正しいと存じます。ですが、公費を投じてウルダ派に何の利益がありましょ
う Yeah, more than simply opposing it, I entirely categorically reject it as an option. You're entirely correct that the refugees are in need of, in need of employment. Yeah, are in need of employment in order to be able to return to their home safely. However, what exact benefit is there to the people of Ul'dah in the usage of, like, their, usage of public funds in achieving this?
利益じゃと、多くのアラミゴ難民を救ってきたそなたを見込んで助言を求めに来たというのに。
what profit, like, benefit? You're actually saying what's in it for them. I came to you for advice specifically because I knew how many Alamigan refugees you've saved.
ナナモ様、どうやら陛下は思い違いをしておられるようです。
Yeah, my lady Nanamo, it appears that you are misunderstanding something. You seem to be under a particular... Yeah, you seem to have misunderstood the situation.
難民の帰国支援は立派な善行でありましょう。ですが、そこに難民とはかわいそうなものだという偏見が見える。一方的に救ってやろうと考えているのではありませんかな。
Yeah. Attempting to aid the refugees in returning to their homeland is, an entirely admirable deed. However, I sense that you have some form of prejudice towards these refugees, that they're, pitiful and in need of saving. And that as such, you're going to, one-sidedly come down and, unilaterally come down and save them. That's how you view this, is it not? It's like, you're kind of looking down
人と
on
は
them.
実に怠惰な生き物なのです。無償で助けられ続ければ、助けられることに慣れてしまう。
Yeah. Humans fundamentally are, lazy creatures. Yeah, if a man is given aid for free for long enough, he'll become entirely accustomed to it.
ウルダ派の民にも貧しき者はおりましょう。その者たちが自国の金で生きながらえるアラミゴ難民を見れば不公平を感じて憎しみすら覚えるでしょうな。
Yeah, among the citizens of Ul'dah, there are also poor and needy. If those people were to see, like, their own country's wealth being given to the people of Alamigo, they'll see it as a injustice, and even begin to feel hatred towards them.
新たな対立を生むことなど、ナナモ様の本意ではありますまい？
I trust that I don't believe that, Your Majesty, Queen Nanamo's intention is to, foster new, conflicts. Is it not?
つまり、わらわが考えるべきは、アラミ5難民の支えとなり、なおかつ、ウルダ派の民の利益になることなのじゃな。
Yeah. So then, what I ought to do is to think of a way to support the refugees of Alamigo while at the same time benefiting the people of Ul'dah. If I'm understanding you correctly.
さようです。さすれば、見返りを得たウルダ派の民も納得し、アラミゴに帰った者たちとも良好な関係が築けるというもの。
Precisely. In doing so, the people of Ul'dah would be satisfied, having gained something for themselves. Yeah, you would gain the consent of the people of Ul'dah, and the Alamigan refugees would also... Yeah, you would also obtain a... you would also ensure good relations moving forward with those who will return to Alamigo.
貴重な意見に感謝するぞ、ゴッドベルト。今一度、わらわも支援のあり方を考え直してみよう。
And my thanks for your valuable input, Godbert. Yeah. Now then, I must rethink what my stance on this project. They really nailed like the businessman speak there for Godbert, where hantai no hantai, dai hantai desu. Like once he's given the ability to speak his mind, he's just like I entirely categorically oppose this proposition. Something along those lines. He's like, no, not in a million years.
ウルダ派の利益か、わらわもまだまだ考えが浅かったということじゃな。
Yeah, how this could benefit Ul'dah. I suppose this means that I've been somewhat superficial or shallow in how I've been going about this.
しかし、己の浅はかさを嘆いてはおれぬ。学びを得て前進あるのみじゃ。
But I can't simply sit around here and, lament my own foolishness. I need to learn from this and move forward. Oh shit, I accidentally skipped that.
ふむ、9が年にて、東アルデナード紹介の番頭に世話になったと。ならば、その、ハンコックとやらに、協力を仰いできてはもらえるだろうか。
Yeah, so the last line was, by the way, would you happen to know any, particularly, skillful, merchants, by any chance? Yeah, if we're going to try and figure out a way to make this a mutually beneficial arrangement for the people of Ul'dah, consulting a merchant would be the best option. Yeah, I see. So, in Kugane, you were aided by a member of the East Aldenod Trading Company named Hancock. In that case, could you contact this Hancock and ask him for assistance?
さすがに、わらわは国外に出るわけにもゆかぬ。手数をかけるが、後ほどウルダ派のエーテライトプラザ近くで合流するとしよう。それではな。
Yeah, as you can imagine, I can't leave the country. Yeah, I'm sorry for the trouble that this will cause, but I'll be waiting for you at the Aetheryte Plaza later. Yeah. This is another one of those, arcs that has sort of nothing to do with anything. but it's actually, like, interesting. Because Nanamo is, like, actually a good character. Oh, wait, Tataru! We're gonna, Tataru's still here.
ようこそ、
Oh, fuck.
お客様。
Where's Tataru? I thought there would be Tataru.
おう、これは、お久しぶりです。今日は、どういったご用件で？
Oh, well. Isn't this a surprise? It's been far too long. Now then, yeah, how exactly can I help you today?
Nanamo様がアラミゴ難民の帰国支援のため商人の助言を求めておられると。
Queen Nanamo is seeking the advice of a merchant on the safe return of the Alamigan refugees to their home country, you say.
実に興味深い話ですが、オレオさん、来るところを間違えてます。
来るところを間違えてます。Yeah, that's truly fascinating. However, I believe you may have come to the wrong place.
あなた方が相談すべきは、小物に過ぎない私などではなく、東アルデナード商会の会長、ロロリとその人であるべきです。100億ギルの男に勝る商人など、いませんからね。
Yeah, you should... Yeah, instead of talking with, like, a nobody like me, you should be talking with, the chairman of the head of the East Aldernaut Trading Company, Lolito himself. Yeah, there's no better merchant alive than the 10 billion gil man. Again, they didn't actually translate this nickname, but yeah, his nickname in quotes there is the 10 billion gil man.
"私の方から会長に取り次いでおきますから、暁のザナラーンにおける拠点で交渉するのです。手強い相手ですが、ご武運をお祈りしていますよ。
Yeah, I'll contact the chairman. Or, yeah, this is more like president, yeah. I'll contact the president and we'll, negotiate a meeting at the, base of the Dawn in Thanalan. Yeah, you have a very rough battle ahead of you. But I'll pray that you have a very tough foe ahead of you, but I'll pray that your battle goes well.
本当に利益を得たいのなら、100億ギルの男を味方につけるのです。楽しくなってきましたね。
Yeah, if you really wanna make a profit, you know, you really should try and get the 10 billion gil man on your side. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. He's so ridiculous. Also, where the fuck? Where's Tataru? Where's Tataru? Where's Tataru? Hold up. Where the fuck is this? Where the fuck is she? I need to know. She has to be around here somewhere, right? I thought she's unbound. You've been with her the entire time? This is lending credence to that theory. Oh, probably back in... Well, I mean, we're gonna be heading there, so... Well, actually, no, we're going to the sand house.
戻ったか、オレオ。それで、ハンコックの協力は得られたのか。
Oh, you're back. So then, did you get Hancock to Hancock's cooperation assistance, blah blah blah.
なんと、ロロリトとの交渉を提案されたと。
Wait, you proposed a direct meeting with Lolita?
確かに利益を上げることにかけては、奴に勝る者など、このウルダ派にはおるまい。だが、ロロリトが共和派の筆頭であることは。
Yeah. Yeah, certainly there's no one else in Ul'dah who's better at turning a profit than him, but yeah, Lolito is the head of the Republicans.
いや、これは砂の女王として避けては通れぬ道か。ロロリトも使いこなせずしてウルダ派を導くことなどできぬ。
Oh, that's fucking baller. Yeah. And no, if I'm going to be the queen of the sands, this isn't something I can keep running away from. I can't. There's no way I could possibly lead Ul'dah without knowing how to deal with Lolito.
バラワは覚悟を決めたぞ。オレオ、すまぬが砂の家を交渉の場とさせてもらいたい。ウルダ派とアラミゴの未来のため、奴を解き伏せてみせよ
う。Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, I've made up my mind. I'm ready. And sorry to intrude, but we'll be making use of the House of Sand for this negotiation. Yeah, for the sake of Ul'dah and Alamiko. Like, this is like, I'm going to walk circles around him. Really. We're going full debate me. Debate me. Holy shit, they actually... They did it! They did it! They did the thing! They did the thing, Mario! They just took me here. I don't need to fly all the way down here. Wow. Could you maybe keep doing this, please? Just keep doing this. Stop making me run places for no good reason. If you're not going to have any actual gameplay other than just discussion, then don't even bother.
ここ
Thank
が
you.
暁の決明の拠点の一つ、砂の家か。噂には聞いておったが、訪れるのは初めてのことじゃ。
Yeah, so this is one of the bases of the Blood Oath of the Coming Dawn. The House of Sand. I'd heard about it, but this is my first time seeing it in person.
さて、この一室を借りて、ロロリトとの交渉に臨むとしよう。バラワは少しばかり準備をするゆえ、すまぬが、そなたは人払いの方を頼むぞ。
Yeah, now then, we'll be using this room here for the discussions, for the negotiation with Lolito. I need to make preparations, so my apologies, but could I ask you to clear the place out? Make sure nobody else goes in.
暁から砂の家に招かれるとはよほど重要な商談であるとそう考えてよろしいか
God, Lolio?
暗
This fucker.
殺というなら遠慮させてもらいたいがな
Oh, I see. If I've been invited personally to the House of Sand of the Dawn, I can assume that this is an incredibly important and incredibly pressing business meeting. Is it not? If it's regarding something along the lines of an assassination, you'll spare me, I trust. You're just like, yeah, if you're here to ask me about an the assassination thing, fuck off. Yeah, sit down. Don't they give him like some sort of squeaky ass voice? Wow, she really just said, like, look at you, look at how dumb you look. Fucking based. He's just laughing.
これは一本取られましたな
Yeah, look at that! 一本取られましたな. That's literally like, you know, that's the term, you know, like, ippon is, you know, in fencing or kendo, right? Like, you win the round. So this is like, I see. Yeah, you win this round. Or, yeah. Yeah, very good. You've gotten one over on me, I see. Very good.
まさかここに来て商談相手にマスクをかぶられる気分を知ることになろうとは
I must say I wasn't exactly expecting to come here and, you know, get to see get to see for myself just how it feels to be seated across a masked opponent or a masked business partner.
これでよろしいですかな 七も陛下いえリリラお嬢様とお呼びした方が
Is this more to your liking, Your Majesty, Queen Nanamo, or should I say, Lady Lilia? Lirira. Yeah, or should I call you Lady Lilia?
七もでよい。どうやら余興は楽しんでもらえたようなのでな。早速商談に移りたいのじゃが。
Yeah, Nanamo will do just fine. Yeah, it seems that you appreciated this this little diversion. Now then, shall we begin the consultation? Or begin the meeting, rather.
よろしいでしょう一体どんな提案をしてくださるのですかな
By all means. Now then, what exactly is this proposal of yours?
ザナラーンに居留するアラミゴ難民についてじゃ。彼らの祖国への帰還を支援したい。
It concerns the matter of the Alamican refugees in Thanalan. I'd like to support their return to their home country.
戦勝祝賀会の一件の詫びとして受け取ったそなたの財産の半分とテレジアデレジの権益、これを財源として公費を投じるつもりじゃ。
一見のアビとしてあんたの財産半分と Yeah, we'll be using half of the property that of yours that was given as an apology for your actions during the victory celebration, or for the incident that occurred in the victory celebration. Everything here is very passive, and as well as the the interests of Telegia Delegy. Those will be used as a... I would like to use those as a, as funding to, as public funds to finance this project.
しかし、この計画はアラミゴ難民のためだけではなく、我らウルド派にとっても投資に見合う益のあるものとしたい。
However, this plan of mine is not entirely is not only for the benefit of the Alamican refugees, but also a investment but also serves as a mutual investment for the future of Volda.
そして利益を上げることにかけて100億ギルの男と呼ばれるそなたに勝る者はおらぬじゃろ。どうか知恵と力を貸してはくれまいか。
Okay. So, here's a thing. Remember how I pointed out when Ralban gave Nanamo that hug in that cutscene? How he said, like, I offer to you my wisdom and strength? Nanamo uses the exact same line here to Lololito. One guess as to whether or not they kept this callback in the English. They didn't. This is a very deliberate wording. You know, it's almost like writing. Like, this is like a literary thing, like, you know, writing. Where the same thing that Ralban said to her, she's now saying to Lololito. You know, to mirror saying, like, my actual most trusted friend and advisor said that he would do this for me, and now I'm coming to you, someone who is like my enemy, and I'm asking for you to do the same. Like, this is a very, she's saying, like, straight up, I am asking for you to like, for us to genuinely join forces here. And it also shows that, like, she's learned from Ralban. Right? She's emulating her father figure. Yeah, and when it comes to making a profit, there's no one better to ask than, you know, someone known as the 10 billion gil man. Yeah, so please, will you lend me your wisdom and your strength? Or Like, you know, it's whatever you did for the Rob Online before, you would want to mirror here. Whether you said, like, wisdom and aid or wisdom and strength, you mirror it here.
どうやら女王陛下も世の中の仕組みというものをいろいろと学ばれたようですな。詳しい話をお聞かせ願いたい。
Yeah, and this is like, yeah, this is a genuine, and look at the facial expression. This is genuine respect. Yeah, it appears that Her Majesty the Queen has learned quite a lot about the true, you know, ways in which this world works. Yeah, please, let me hear your proposal in more detail.
Naruhodo. 難民の帰国を支援する見返りに当地で新たな産業を起こし、利益の一部をウルダ派の民へ還元すると。
Yeah, I see. So in exchange for helping the refugees return to their homeland, once they establish new industry a portion of the profits of that industry will be sent back to Ul'dah then.
良き考えと存じます。
So they're just
理
investing.
念は実に素晴らしい。が、未だに事業としては具体性に欠けると言わざるを得ませんな。
Yeah, so they're just investing, right? They're giving these people like startup funds and training and then saying like, yeah, no, 10%. I would imagine it's mostly going to be charity with pretty much just like a token, just a token profit share to make back the investment more or less. It's a wonderful idea. The principle of the matter is, on paper, the concept itself is fantastic. However, yeah, the specifics of how this will operate from a business perspective are still, lacking.
さすがにウルダ派随一の商人じゃな。手厳しいが、確かに具体案を考える必要がありそうじゃ。
Yeah, I was right to turn to you. That's the, best merchant in Ul'dah. Yeah, it's, it's harsh, but or it's like hard to admit, but I do need a specific plan of action.
ところで、そなたは戦いの過程でギラバニアの地を横断し、様々な場所を見てきたはず。
Yeah, by the way, over the course of all of your battles, you must have gone, far and wide through Giravania and seen, a large variety of locations.
どこかに今回の計画に適した難民たちが住まい、産業を起こせるような集落はあったか？
Can you think of any settlements that would be suitable for this plan, where refugees could settle and industry could be formed? I don't remember what... It's not all Agiri. It's not all Agana. So I don't even remember what the Sultry is, but it sure as shit ain't either of those. I don't remember what the fucking sultry is. But I do remember it's not either of those two. Like, fucking Oligiri was the like... No, Oligana was the, dirt-poor mining town. Oligiri was... I don't remember at all, but I do remember it wasn't that good. It's the sultry.
ソルトリーか。ロッホセル湖に面した塩漬け工房があった寂れた村。
塩漬け。静岡。塩漬け。Ah, yeah, sultry. Yeah, like an abandoned or declining village on the banks of Loch Sel. Like a pickling industry. It's a Seoulsuke. Yeah, there's like, yeah.
かの塩湖の塩には独特の旨味がある。帝国の侵攻によって供給が断たれた時には美食家たちが大いに嘆いたものだ。わしも含めてな。
わしも含めてな。This fucker. Yeah, the salt from those lakes has a absolutely wonderful, unique flavor. When the supply was cut off following the Imperial invasion. Yeah, the gourmets of the world mourned its loss very dearly. Myself included, of course. Eagle, you son of a bitch, I fucking hate the usage of the word umami in English. When people say, oh, it's got such a wonderful umami flavor, it just means savory. There's no other nuance to the word umami other than just savory. Why? Why are we just using a different language's word for savory for no reason? Like, oh, what, are we gonna say, ooh, what a wonderful, shoppai flavor, when we're talking about something being salty? Like, that just means salty. Sometimes I like savory, but when I try to eat Eastern food, I can really taste the umami, right? Like, there are two words in modern English culinary discourse, which is a fucking sentence, that piss me the fuck off. One is umami, the second is umptuous. People unironically using the word umptuous, it's just like, you know, I would throw you off a bridge if I could. Get in the fucking body bag. Die. It is infuriating. Is umptuous even a word? No. But people use it. Well, the thing is that Xenomars, I don't think they even care. Or know. And Japan uses a bunch of random-ass English words in place of Japanese words that they've already got, so the idea of doing that isn't completely ridiculous. Right? To them, it's like, you know, if you say like, oh, salty, salty, or, you know, like, spicy. Like that, they're like, oh, that's like, ooh, kind of fancy. Instead of karai. But in English, we don't do that. Like, English as a rule typically does not just randomly use other languages' loanwords out of thin air for words that we've already got. Like, there's a ton of words in English that are from other languages, but those are ones that are integrated and then actually just mean those things. But for example, people still say spicy, right? People didn't all of a sudden in like the 80s start deciding to call things that are spicy caliente and then just start using caliente as though it means something different than spicy. But people now use the word umami as though it means something different than savory, when there's no difference. It's not describing anything. It's literally just a way for, like, YouTube cook douchebags to try and show off. It's like, ooh, I know this, like, ooh, don't you know? This is called, like, furikake, and it's, really umami. By the way, I've seen, like, 5 different, like, YouTube cooking people try to pronounce the word furikake, and not a single one has gotten it right. Not a single one. I even saw a thing where, like, it was like some British dudes, and one of them pronounced it wrong, and the other one corrected them and said, actually it's called, furikake. 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 It's a little, like, you know, that little seasoning that you put on top of rice? You know? Like, you can get it at, like, any Asian supermarket. You know, it's just like a bunch of, like seaweed, stuff like that you put on top of rice. You know, there's usually different little flavors and stuff, but it is just a little seasoning that is meant to be put over rice. And every single person that I've ever seen on YouTube who's like, you know, a chef type guy has pronounced it wrong. Every single one, even though you could just look it up. And I've seen them, like, I think Alton Brown pronounced it wrong and tried to correct people's pronunciation on it, despite being wrong. And some, like, British cooking YouTube guys pronounced it wrong and tried to correct other people's pronunciation while pronouncing it wrong. I don't understand. It's insane to me. It's like, oh no, actually this is called a teiko. You know, some people might think it's called a taku, but actually it's called a teiko. It's a very traditional Mexican dish. That's what it sounds like to me. It makes me lose my fucking mind. What have you done? He said today's daily double. Ding 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 ding. But yes, this is actually this is a fun little bit here, where he's saying like, yes, the gourmands of the world greatly mourned its absence, myself included, of course. Haha.
塩とは食の基本にしていかようにも姿を変え多くの品を生む。そう、莫大なギルに姿を変えるやもしれぬな。
Hell yeah! Hold on. Yeah, salt is the fundamental basis of cuisine. Yeah, it can be... it can be changed into, you know, an infinite variety of forms, an infinite variety of products. Yes. Yeah, it can even be made into a veritable mountain of gill.
どうじゃ、当地の住人との交渉は必要になろうが、この計画に東アルデナード商会として乗るつもりはあるか?
Yeah. Of course we'll have to negotiate with the local residents of the area, but would the East Aldernod Trading Company be willing to join hands with us on this venture?
よろしいでしょう。イラバニアの白き結晶を我が紹介の知恵と力によって100億のギルへと変えてご覧に入れましょう。
Yeah, okay. And notice, Lolito says it back. Yeah, very well then. Yeah. So he says, very well then, these crystals of Garavania, through my company's wisdom and strength, I'll see to it that it's made into, it's like, this is a bit awkward. This would be a bit awkward in English, but it's like, it's like my namesake, 10 billion gil. He's just kind of like using a large number as a exaggeration, as hyperbole, right?
それがアラミゴを助け、かの猛牛が進むべき道を照らさんという我らが女王陛下のお望みとあらば。
Yeah. If your Majesty's wish is to aid the Alamigo and to illuminate the path for a certain raging bull, then I would be glad to participate.
交渉成立のようじゃな。
I see we have a deal then. Yeah, I mean, they set up Lolito's motivations well. Like, I'm fairly certain he's not the one who killed, Nanamo's parents or anything. And the whole situation, like, he's a slimy politician, but he's good at the game.
このように緊張を強いられる交
Well,
渉時は
he
なかな
sort
か
of
経験
saved
がないぞ。
Nanamo's life. He could have just, like, undercut Telegia Delegi's plan and had it not result in the Don getting implicated in anything or Raoban losing his arm. Like, he intentionally did less than he could have in order to try and kill Raoban in the process. That isn't really, like, that doesn't really count as a good deed. No, yeah, he did more than he had to, but well, no, not really. Like, he did exactly what would lead to the best outcome for himself, which just so happened to involve saving Nanamo. Yeah, this is, yeah, I don't really have any experience with, like, negotiations quite as tense as this.
しかし、そなたが横にいてくれたおかげで、どうにかロロリトから協力を取り付けることができた。感謝するぞ、俺を。
Yeah, however, thanks to you being here, I was able to, convince Lolito to be on our side. Thank you. I'll take money. I mean, it was a bullshit play. Like, the entirety of the end of ARR into Heaven's Word, that whole sequence just kind of sucked. Like, it was really haphazard and kind of cheap. And so I do not mind them walking it back. Like, killing Nanamo there would be such a stupid ass move. Because where do you even go from there? Like, what do you even do? Like, it's just writing yourself into a total corner.
ともかく方針は
It
決
was
ま
very
った。
clearly
この
a
後、我
hastily
らは
made
ウルダハへ
section.
と戻り、八幹部の役人たちと共に計画の具体化に入るつもりじゃ。
Nah, because that's the thing, is I think that people vastly overvalue character death in storytelling, when character death can be, you know, very compelling in stories, but it has to be earned, right? Like, just killing a beloved character just for the sake of drama is cheap. It's like the easiest thing that you can do. It's the lowest skill, most hack thing that you can do. Like, if you're a not very good writer and you just want to get people to freak out, just kill characters. Like, it's piss easy. You just find a character that people like, you kill the character. And then everybody goes, oh my god, I can't believe they did it. But it has to be earned. It has to make sense. And, you know, it has to move the story forward. Nanamo's death at the end of ARR did none of those things. It was very clearly just, ooh, we want to end on a big cliffhanger, and here's a big drama thing, ooh. Like, it just felt cheap. Really the same thing happened with, Golsitsu. Which they also right-cod because it was kind of shit. Anyway, we've got a plan in order. I'll go back to Ul'dah, together with the government bureaus, and put the plan into practice.
そなたにはアラミゴ側とのつなぎ役を頼みたいのじゃが、一度アラミガンクォーターに向かい、リセに事情を伝えてはもらえぬだろうか。
Really? I really like Nanamo. I think that as the general character, especially with the backstory that she's been given in these last couple of quests, it's very, like, it's very sympathetic. I like the character a lot. Like, I think the English really doesn't do her justice because it doesn't show...
何から何まで
They don't give her enough, like,
難民
actual
たちの
emotion.
帰国支援計画の開始まであと一歩、どうかよろしく頼むぞ。
Yeah, she just said, like, I'll go back to the Alamigan quarter, go talk to Lise. Thank you for everything. We're finally, you know, making strides to getting the refugees home. Like, basically all of Nanamo's personality is stripped away in the English. Because they make her super formal and cold. Instead of what she actually is.
君の帰りを待つ間、まずは廃用の黄金の目録作り。
Apparently all they did was go through and figure out how much cash they actually had
お帰
in
り、
that
これ
treasure.
を七もさん。よ、久しぶりだな。
Oh, hey, it's
警
this
察
guy.
任務が終わって、リセ隊長に報告に来てい。
Yay, that guy.
戻ったのね、オレオ、お疲れ様。それで、ナナモ様の要件は何だったの？
Welcome back. So, what was it that Queen Nanamo wanted?
なるほど、ラウバーンはウルダ派に戻ることを前提にしているけれど、どこかに迷いがあるかもしれないか。
Well, the thing about that, Zenmar, is that, it's not that she actually, like, she wasn't trying to... She's not like, oh, I despise the concept of the royalty inherently, I oppose this on moral principles, necessarily. She was just saying, like, she's really just passing the buck at that point. She was saying, this whole situation is fucked, you know, I'm a puppet queen that really can't oppose these autocrats running the city entirely. I'm just gonna throw my hands up and you know, take them down with me and leave it up to everybody else. And then that goes up in flames. And she goes, okay, maybe that wasn't the best idea. And, you know, they didn't properly translate it, but they really... When she describes saving Raoban... Oh yeah, it's oligarch. Oligarch is the word that I meant. I don't know why I was saying autocrat. Yeah, no, I meant oligarch. I just had mentally flipped the two. Thank you. When she talks about, like, offhandedly saving Raoban, it's the same style of thing, where she's saying, like, oh, I finally figured out that if I've got this sort of, authority as the Queen of Ul'dah, I can just force through things that actually help people. Instead of, you know, throwing my hands up in the air and saying, figure it out. So that was the whole point of this little bit. Yeah, yeah, she believes that Raoban is going to... Or, yeah, Raoban said that he was going to return to Ul'dah, but she thinks he might have, you know, second thoughts about it.
それにしても、ナナモ様がアラミゴ難民の帰国支援のために動いてくれようとしているのは本当に助かるわ。
But it's, yeah, it is really a fantastic help that Queen Nanamo is, you know, attempting to help the Alamigan refugees return home.
ソルトリート製塩業という目の付けどころも良いように思える。しかし、あのロロリト会長に協力を仰ぐとは、ナナモ陛下も思い切った決断をしたものだ。
Yeah. Yeah, the salt industry is, I believe the salt industry is a fantastic, is a good idea to focus on. But, yeah, Queen Nanamo really is far more bold than I thought, being willing to go up and ask, you know, President Lolito himself for his aid.
リセ、君たちアラミゴ暫定政権として、この申し出を受けるつもりがあるなら、一つ提案したい。
Lisa, if the Alamigan, like, provincial or temporary government would be willing to accept this, offer, there's one suggestion I would like to give.
廃用の黄金を資金源としてアラミゴ側からもこの事業に出資するんだ。完全なウルダ派資本となると主導権を取られかねないからね。
Yeah, Alamigo should also invest utilizing funds from the ruinous king's gold into this industry as a capital source. If the if all of the capital used for this venture is coming from Ul'dah, they might be able to like take unilateral leadership over the venture.
クマネでもそうだったけど、アルフィノってロロリと会長が相手になるとものすごい慎重になるよね。
Yeah, just like in Kugane, when it comes to dealing with Lolito, you are, like, incredibly cautious, aren't you, Alfredo?
でも、その案を採用させてもらうよ。もちろん、ソルトリーの住民たちが計画に同意すれば、だけど。
Yeah. However, yeah, yeah, that's a good suggestion. I'll take that into account. Of course, providing that the current residents of Sultry agree to the project.
ウィスカー、あなたのお祖父さんに、今回のウルダハ側の申し出について伝えてみてくれる？ワットさんたちが同意するなら、この話、進めてみたいんだ。
Yeah, Visca, could you go speak with your grandfather about this offer from Ulda and ask for his opinion? If Watt and the others are in agreement, I'd like to move forward with the
了
plan.
解だ、リセ隊長。それじゃあ、オレオさん、ついてきてくれ。ソルトリーの
Okay, yeah.
私も同行させてもらうよ。
Follow me. We're
資
going to
金
go
に
to
ついて
going to
説明が
Sultry.
必要になるかもしれないしね。
I'll be accompanying you. I might need to explain the finer details about the funding. So, question, this has all been a very interesting economic venture, and to be completely honest, I vastly prefer, like, trade negotiations and stuff like that to anything dealing with the Empire. But they're going to give you gameplay at some point, right? Because I don't think I've used a single skill. It's a throwback to ARR writing? I mean, I think it's better than the ARR writing right
お
now.
若いの孫ともども連れ立って訪れるとは、一体どんな風の吹き回しじゃ？
Ah. Yeah, what's yeah, yeah, a young man like you doing in here with my, grandchild? Yeah, what a curious turn of events.
祖父さん、ソルトリーのためになる良い話が舞い込んできたんだ。オレオさ
I've
ん、
got some
説明し
good
てやって
news
くれ
about, Sultry. Explain it.
なるほど、確かに良い話じゃ。寂れた集落を立て直そうにも、人手も金も不足しておってな。異国に逃れていた同胞たちが戻ってくるなら、大歓迎じゃ。
That's a fantastic suggestion. We're short on manpower and funding in order to, yeah, rebuild this desolate village, this industry. If we can get our countrymen who, fled abroad to return, we'll welcome them with open arms.
ただし、問題もあっての。塩を取ろうにも湖の周辺に魔物がはびこっておるのじゃ。
However, there is one slight problem. Yeah, there is one problem. The area around the lake is, utterly infested with monsters.
かつては王に雇わ
Can't
れた
even go
兵
to
たち
collect
が
the salt.
民を守るために定期的に魔物討伐を行っていたんじゃがな。帝国軍は市民権を持たぬ者のためになど動こうとせんかった。
Yeah, in the old days, soldiers under the king's command would regularly go out to dispatch the monsters in order to protect the people, the citizens, but the Imperial Army was unwilling to dispatch any form of manpower to aid those who didn't have Imperial citizenship.
それなら俺たちに任せてくれない
Those
か
who。were not
リセ
Imperial
隊長も
citizens.
巡回を復活させたいって言ってたしな。円弧周辺を担当させてもらえるよう掛け合ってみるよ。
Yeah, in that case, how about we take care of it? I mean, Captain he says also wants to go around and like restore industry, you know, restore the place. That's what she said. 時間を不要掛け合ってみせる。Yeah, I'll see if 銀行証券を担当させてもらうよ。掛けてやってみせる。Yeah, I'll see if we can get her to put me in charge of the area around the Salt Lake.
ほう、やってくれるか。じゃが、ウィスカーよ、戦いの腕は上がっておるのか？
Ah, that would be fantastic. But yeah, Whisker, you have you gotten more like battle experience since the last time I saw you?
もちろん、それなりに。ただ、俺が訓練を受けてきたのは、帝国軍相手の戦い方だ。
Of course. I trained to fight against Imperial soldiers, after all.
俺をさん、この辺りの魔物を観察しながら、その特徴や戦い方を俺に教えてくれないか？
Oh, hey, look, we're actually going to go fight things. Yeah, can you go, identify the monsters in the area, tell me about their, like the characteristics, how we should go about fighting them? Hey, look, I'm going to go
ありがとう。
use some
助
skills.
かるぜ。それ、
Okay. Oh, shit. What was that line? それでは君たちが魔物界観察をしている間、Okay, yeah, he just said while you guys are out dealing with monsters, I'll fill Watt in on the you know, more specific financial details. Okay.
俺をさん、この望遠鏡で魔物を観察してから、弱点なんかの特徴を含めて、戦い方の助言をしてくれるか？実際に、俺が戦ってみるからよ。
Wait, yeah. If you look through this, wait, no, I'm not actually gonna fight anything. Yeah, can you use this telescope to look at the monsters in the surrounding area? Tell me if you can find like their weak points and how I should go about fighting them. Because yeah, I'm gonna go try and give it a
望遠鏡による
shot.
観察を開始します。タラシマをズームをして弱点を見つけ出し、左クリックで観察しましょう。
Okay, yeah, we gotta look for weak points on these guys using. Huh? Oh, I think it's like the. Oh, what is it telling me? Like, am I close or not? Huh? Huh? What? What do you mean? What do you mean? What weak point? What am I looking for? Oh, what, do I just have to hover on it for a second? It almost did a thing. Wait, what? It's dependent on how you zoom in? Like, yeah, I need to be, like, zoomed in the proper amount? But how do I know when I'm close? Like, it just says, find this thing's weak point. I don't know what the fuck the thing's weak point is. Are you fucking kidding me? I hovered over that like 1,000 times. What the hell?
全身が硬い広角で覆われている。しかし、頭部の下側は柔らかな部分が露出しており、弱点になっているようだ。
What? It's like, yeah, the entire body is covered with a hard shell, but the underside of the head has a soft part, which seems like it's a weak point. Where does that look like it's the weak point? If anything, I would think like those little red parts on the carapace would be the weak point. That looks like a gap in the shell.
あれが、タラシナか。硬い広角で覆われている厄介な相手だが。
Okay, yeah, this is a tough enemy, but what do you do? Weak spot is underneath the head. The option here at the bottom is just like, okay, just go for it, bro. The bottom option is literally just like, just go for it, bro.
"頭部の下側は広角がない弱点だって?よし、やってみるぜ。
And yeah, right on the side of its head is a weak point. There's no shell there. All right, yeah. Tarashina. Well, what this thing was called is a Tarashina. I don't. What does that actually mean? What is this? What is this? I don't get it. Tarashina. Why don't we just go? Well, because we're not gonna be here the whole time. What is Tarashina? Tarashi? This is some sort of like name thing that I don't get. In the English, it's apparently they just call it a yabby, which is a fucking Australian term for crawfish. Why?
ありがとう、オレオさん。言われた通り戦ったら、タラシナを倒せたぜ。さあ、この調子で次に行こ
う。Okay, yeah, took down the Tarashina. Let's, keep it up. Why would you change the name to Yabby? Like, it's a funny name because, you know, Australian slang is inherently funny. But, why?
お次の相手を探してくれ。タラシナではない、別の種類の魔物との戦い方を教えてくれよな。
Okay, next opponent. Yeah,
望
not
遠
the
鏡による
Tarashina.
観察を開始します。4バットをズームをして弱点を見つけ出し。
Okay. Let me see if I can find the weakness. Oh, look, that one was just, it's its fucking eye, isn't it? Instant. That one works. Why was the other one so particular?
その両手は大きく怪力を誇っているようだが、潮の結晶を動かしている神格を貫けば力を失うだろう。
Yeah,
見たと
the
ころ
hands are
神格
larger,
は目の
powerful,
奥
but
に隠されている
yeah,
よ
they
うだ。
won't be able to move if like the core that actually is capable of controlling the salt crystals is destroyed. It's behind the eyes. Aim for the
4
eye.
バット、君の悪い相手だな。どうやって倒せばいい？
Yeah, get the core's behind the eyes. Break the core.
あの目の奥に神格があるって？そうと分かっていれば倒せそうな気がするぜ。行くぞ。
Yeah, okay. I'm skimming through this. This is actually full-on filler. But yeah, the reason why we're not killing it is because they're going to have to keep doing this. Oh my god, they literally just flattened the thing. They just took the fucking Photoshop scrunch tool. Fucking pixel deformed the thing, just burnt.
はあ、はあ、はあ、解放者に見られていると思うと、緊張しちまったが、アドバイスのおかげで、魔物を倒すことができたぜ。
Got nervous, but okay, able to take it down. Yeah, I can do it.
ソルトリーに
Let's
帰
go
ろう
back to
ぜ。
the salt tree. What's gonna be worried about us? Like, you know, they're gonna be part of this whole industry from now on. It's like, hey, one of these guys shows up. We need somebody to go take it down so we can go keep getting salt. Okay.
戻ってきてくれたようじゃな。それで、魔物は討伐で
Yeah, you
バ
managed
ッ
to
チ
take
リ
it
だ
down?
ぜ。
Yeah, okay.
オレオさんの助言のおかげで、
Yeah,
コツ
thanks
は
to
つ
the
かめた。
wise advice,
ソ
I
ルト
got
リ
the
ー
hang
を
of
守
it.
る。そ
Be
れは老後じ
patrolling
ゃ。
with my
いつの間にか、
my men to
たくましい
protect
男に
Saltery.
成長しておったのじゃな。ウィスカーよ。
That's good news. Yeah, before I knew it, you grew up into a, you know, a fine young man.
近頃、アラミゴの町の方では、勝利の熱狂に浮かれて、復讐だなんだと、過去の生産ばかりに目を向ける者が多いと聞く。
Okay, this is actually somewhat important. I heard that, you know, a lot of people in the city of Alamigo are, you know, just caught up in, like the frenzy of victory and, you know, just looking for revenge for the past and
そんなこ
whatnot.
とよりも、大切なのは未来じゃ。ソ
Yeah,
ルトリーの
what's
明
more
日を作る
important
た
than
め
that is
孫や
building
解
things
放
for
軍
the
と
sake of
協
the
力し
future.
て、同胞たちを迎え入れる準備を進めなければの。
We have to work with our, you know, the children, grandchildren, build this industry for their sake, and for the future, welcome our brothers and sisters back home, etc., etc. Non-sara kansara. I didn't switch back before I got the quest reward.
どうやら魔物の問題は解決に向かいそうだね。こちらも、ワットさんへの説明と、ソルトリーの現状把握が、あらかた終わったところさ。
Looks like the monster problem is, could be resolved then. Finish explaining the situation to what?
集落を一回りしてきたが、使えそうな建物もあってね。これなら、
Yeah,
難
there's
民
some
たちも呼
usable
び込むことができ
buildings
そう
around
だ
the。village. Good place to invite refugees. Maybe once we clean up some
お
of the
話
rubble.
中のところ、失礼します。
My apologies for interrupting. Oh, he's
オ
from
レ
the
オ様
Immortals.
に、ラウバーン局長より伝言
Okay.
を預かって
A
まいり
message
ました
from。
ぜひ
General
直接
Director
お会い
General
して、
Ralbon. Like to meet you in person.
実務面での
Yeah,
細
something
か
to
な仕
report to you.
事は、私がワットさんたちと進めておこう。
Yeah, I'll take care
ウ
of
ルダ
things
ハ
here
側と
with
の連
Watt.
絡も任せてくれて構わないよ。
Yeah,
ありがとうご
go
ざい
ahead.
ます。それでは、
You
ア
don't have to worry
ラ
about
ミガン
things
ク
over
ォ
here.
ーターの守門
Literally, all of that was just Alvino saying like, you don't need to worry about things over here. I got it. Go talk to Ralbon. Okay. So there were like 2 quests there that weren't actually interesting. And unsurprisingly, they happened when we got back into Alamigo. It's just like the curse of Alamigo. The second you show up here, it's just everything is just boring as dirt. Yeah, sorry for being late.
またもフォルドラの処刑を求める市民たちが騒ぎを起こしてな。対応のため走り回っていたのだ。どうにか説得して解散はさせたが。
Yeah, once again there were a group of citizens calling for Oldora's immediate execution, causing a disturbance. We somehow managed to get them to disperse. Yeah, we somehow managed to convince them to disperse, but...
やれやれ。貴様に愚痴を言っても始まらんだ。
Yeah, no, but no, I'm sorry. I shouldn't, start complaining to you.
話というのはだな。山岳地帯への進軍中に、アレンバルドたちの部隊が拘束した二人の捕虜のことだ。
What I'd like to talk to you about is, two prisoners of war captured by Arnvald and his, battalion during their, advance into the mountainside, or into the mountain range.
当初はその軍曹から帝国兵と思われていたが、取り調べの過程で正体が判明した。
Yeah, originally we believed that he was they were imperial soldiers because of their uniforms, but through the course of interrogation we learned who they truly were.
ユーハセとローレンティス。そう。イルベルトに従って逃亡していたクリスタルブレイブの残党だ。
Yuhase and Laurentis. Yeah, the remnants of the Crystal Braves.
バイサルの頂上にて神竜召喚のニエとするため解放軍の闘士たちを虐殺するのに一役買ったらしい。
Yeah, alongside Ilbert. Apparently, at the Biosar Great Wall, in order to I guess, fodder for the summoning of Shinryu, they organized a mass, they orchestrated a mass killing of, resistance soldiers. Of Liberation Army soldiers.
そんな連中を貴様ならどう裁く?
Yeah, if it were you, what judgment would you pass down to them? Or, like, how would you, punish them? I mean... like, your options here are, really, capital punishment seems like the only option, or, like, at least spare their lives. No, those guys, I'm good, like, let me at them. Let me at them. Let me at them.
やはりそうか。祖国奪還を求める大勢の闘士たちに魔導兵器をけしかけ、無慈悲にも殺し尽くしたのだからな。
Yeah, I thought you would say that. They used like a magical bomb to ruthlessly murder, a massive amount of resistance fighters who just wanted to liberate their homeland.
ともかく貴様の気持ちはよくわかった。いずれ同盟軍として法廷で裁くことになろうが、その時には参考として貴様の意見も提出しておこう。
Your consideration will be taken into account. I'll submit that as once their crimes are brought forward in court.
さて、要件はここまでなのだが、すまぬが、もう少し時間をもらえるか。少し歩きたい。
Yeah, that's all I had for now. But sorry, could you spare me a little bit more of your time? I'd like to go for a bit of a walk.
イルベルドの件では貴様にも迷惑をかけたな。我が輩のどちらつかずにも見える態度が奴を強行へ誘った面があるのは間違いない。
Yeah, yeah. Regarding Ilberd, yeah, my actions caused you a great deal of suffering. Or a great deal of trouble, rather, more like. Yeah, my, indecision. I believe this is indecision. Yeah, it's like indecision. Yeah, it's, yeah, my indecision or, inattentiveness. It's more like indecision. Like, you know, he was being a Alamican freedom fighter while at the same time being like a loyal, subject of Ul'dah. Is, you know, he didn't really go all in on either side. That attitude of mine is, you know, likely what like incited him to commit this horrible crime, this horrible atrocity.
すまなかった。
I'm sorry. Yeah, the fact that he just straight up says すまなかった there
貴様を筆
is
頭とした
nice.
暁にピピンを含めたエオルゼア同盟軍の将兵たち、そしてアラミゴの同胞たちの奮戦によって祖国は奪還できた。
However, yeah, with you leading the Dawn and you know, like, you know, and the leaders of the Eorzean military alliance, you know, including Pippin, we managed to finally, after all these years, retake Alamigo, our
暫
homeland,
定政権の主導で
liberate its free.
新たな国の在り方についてもほどなく方向性が示されることになるだろう。
Under the leadership of the interim government, you know, a new country will be built, and you know, the direction that it takes will soon, or the form that it will take will soon be decided.
そうなれば我が輩はウルダハへと戻り、これまで通りナナモ様を支えるつもりだ。
When that happens, yeah, I will return to Ul'dah, and as I always have, continue to support Queen Nanamo.
父上。
Father.
もちろんここアラミゴは我が輩の生まれ故郷であり、捨て去りたいわけではない。帰郷を考えなかったわけではないのだ。
Yeah. Yeah, of course, yeah, Alamigo is, you know, where I was born, and it's not as though I want to simply abandon it. You know, it's not as though I haven't thought about, you know, it's not as though I didn't consider, you know, coming home.
実のところ一人の気ままな傭兵として貴様と共に戦いたいと無双したことすらあるのだぞ。
Yeah. You know, in truth, you know, there was also a part of me that wanted to, that like had the crazy pipe dream of joining up with you and fighting alongside you as a free mercenary. You know, a carefree mercenary. Yeah.
だが、我が輩は七モ様の剣になると誓った身。やはり、その誓いを破るわけにはいかぬのだ。
Yeah. However, I swore to be Nanamo's blade. And that is a oath that I simply that is an oath that I cannot break.
父上、それは真なる心の声なのですか？
Yeah, Father, is that truly what you want?
無論だ。我が剣と心は常に七モ様と共にある。
Yeah, of course. And my sword and my heart will forever be with Nanamo.
どうしてだろうな。貴様にはこの決意を伝えておきたいと思ったのだ。
Again, notice the callback. Dalban and Nanamo basically say the exact same thing to you. In their own way. And both of them say, like, you know, I don't really know what it is, but I felt like I need, you know, like this was something that I needed to tell you. You know, it's like it's mirroring. Yeah, I wonder what it is. I just felt like I needed to tell you, you know, what my decision was. Yeah, it's like both Dalban and Nanamo trust you as a friend. And so they both can independently come to you and ask you for advice and things like that. It's endearing.
ところで、慌てた様子で、彼が駆けつけてきたのだが、一体どうしたというのだ？
Oh shit, okay, this is looking like it's actually gonna be like a real thing, so this might be a good place to stop it for now, because this is like gonna be a bit. Yeah, he came here like in a complete
探したぞ。
panic. Yeah, you're here. I was looking for you. I feel like that's a good spot to cut it here and then just have like, oh shit, there's a thing going down. Because I feel like they're going to ramp up into a thing from here. But yeah, that's I'm really liking this post-patch stuff so far. It's really nice. I like it a lot. They've been fleshing out a lot of characters that I think are very well written. They've been focusing in on a lot of lore stuff that's actually interesting. Like the world building things are actually interesting. I think there was only like literally just the whole like look for the weak point of random monsters thing was filler. Everything else actually felt like meaningful. Even if it was technically just filler, like all the stuff with Nanamo is technically just filler, it at least is like a character that I actually like, talking about things that involve genuine character growth. Please, if they could, continue on this trend. I'm begging you. But yeah, that'll do it for me. I will see all you nerds on Sunday. Peace out.